Welcome into the broadcast booth here live from historic Golden Park. Today an afternoon doubleheader on a Sunday with playoff implications for both teams and your Columbus Chattahoochees as well. 2:05 first pitch for two 7-inning ball games. Monsters currently, if they win both games today, will go up to the 3 seed and host a playoff series in the wild card starting tomorrow night. If the Gol'diggers sweep or win one, the Gol'diggers will remain as the top seed and have home field advantage throughout the playoffs. As the starting introductions for the Monsters are currently underway, a beautiful Sunday afternoon, pretty steamy out there. Slight breeze in and from the right behind right field. And Brendan Peacock, as he has the last few Sundays, will get the start today for the Chattahoochee Monsters. Local kid from Columbus, Georgia, with a record of 1-2 on the season.
And Noah, I just want to pipe in. Tom Callahan here with Noah Shelton. And it is important not only for the Monsters, they could end up anywhere from 3rd to 5th. The Gainesville Gol'diggers could end up 1st or 2nd. Columbus Chattahoochees could end up 1st or 2nd. For the Hoots to end up 1st and the Monsters to be 3rd, they need to win both games here in this doubleheader against Gainesville. Gainesville ahead by percentage points of the Hoots right now for first place in the Sun Belt Baseball League. So it should be an exciting afternoon. We're looking forward to it. 2 7-inning games.
Yeah, we definitely are, Tom. Going to be a sweltering game today in the sun. Now the starting lineups have been introduced. And we're about to listen to the national anthem.
If you are able to kindly remove your caps as we pay our respects to the brave men and women fighting for our freedoms. We ask that you take a moment of silence to remember those who are in harm's way, those who defend our country, defend our livelihood, and for those who have made the ultimate sacrifice. The Monsters, thank you. We ask that you please remain standing for the presentation of our national anthem.
And with that, we're about ready to get underway here from historic Golden Park. As I mentioned, Brendan Peacock will take the mound to start the ball game for the Chattahoochee Monsters. Starting lineup for the Gainesville Gol'diggers as they will be first to come to the plate. Brandon Prince, the center fielder, will lead things off, followed by Bryce Roddy, the shortstop. Matt Rose, the second baseman, will bat third. Cale Strickland, the extra hitter, will bat cleanup. Raleigh Stanford in the 5-hole playing first base, with Tracy Mitchum following up in the 6-hole playing left field. Cameron Gertie, the extra hitter, will bat in the 7-hole. Logan Murphy, the catcher, will bat 8th. Zachary Zara, batting 9th, will play third base. And Theo Bryant, out in right field, will bat 10th for the Gainesville Gol'diggers. As for the Chattahoochee Monsters, when they come up in the bottom of the first, Brooks Parkerson will lead things off, followed by Jack Yoxheimer and Caleb Johnson, who bats third playing shortstop. Braden Pelkey, batting cleanup, will play first. Brendan Davis, the extra hitter, batting 5th. Zion Morris, playing left field, will bat 6th. Justin Velos will bat 7th and play right field. Luke Hasty will be doing the catching duties today for the Chattahoochee Monsters, batting 8th. Tanner Martin, the extra hitter, batting 9th, and Noah Jones, playing third base, will bat 10th. As Peacock gets his final warm-up pitches in very important games today. With 2 wins today, the Monsters will knock the Gol'diggers out of first place, giving it to the Hoots, and the Monsters will go up to third place and will host a playoff game tomorrow night. Sun has gone behind some clouds now, so we're under the shade now. As Hasty fires down to second, and we're ready to get underway. Brandon Prince stepping into the right-handed batter's box. On the season, batting .375. He'll lead things off, and the first pitch from Peacock is high for ball 1. We're underway from historic Golden Park. One 0 pitch from Peacock, swung on and fouled back over the first base side for strike 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, this first inning is brought to you by First Franklin Financial.
Wind has now completely died down. The flags are laying limp out in right center field. Peacock sets, nods his head, and now fires on the 1-1. In there for a called strike 2. Good pitch to paint the high outside corner. And now Prince in a 1-2 hole. Peacock working quickly. The 1-2. Swung on chop towards short. Johnson over there to make the catch. He'll fire over to first. A low throw, and just in time to get Brandon Prince. Good catch over there by Pelkey. And 1 up and 1 down for the Gol'diggers. Here to start the game in the top of the first.
Noah, I imagine you're going to see absolutely everything that the Gol'diggers have in these 2 games. They don't have to save any pitchers because they won't play again until Friday. They don't have to worry about getting rest to any guys. This is going to be their absolute best.
Agreed. First pitch to Roddy is just outside for ball 1. Roddy batting .304 so far this season. Playing the shortstop position today. Next pitch, outside again for ball 2. Peacock 16 strikeouts to only 8 walks so far this season, a 2-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio. Next pitch to Roddy, skied way high into foul territory, and underneath it to make the catch is the catcher Luke Hasty in foul ground, shy of the third baseline, and quickly 2 down.
Number 6, the second baseman, Matt Rose.
So 2 up and 2 down, retired by Bren Peacock, will bring up Matt Rose, the second baseman for the Gainesville Gol'diggers. Rose coming in batting .431, 31 for 72 at the plate so far this season. Very productive for the Gol'diggers so far. First pitch to him. Swung on a chop back to Peacock. He'll get underneath it. He'll pitch it over to first, and in time to Pelkey for a 3 up and 3 down first inning for the Chattahoochee Monsters. So after the top of the first, Monsters come to the plate for the first time in a scoreless tie. This is Chattahoochee Monsters baseball.
It is currently 86 degrees outside the Gainesville Gol'diggersin this afternoon, and we know how hot it gets down here in the Chattahoochee Valley. If you're struggling with battling this Chatty heat in your home, contact Air Force Heating and Air so their highly trained, highly qualified professionals can keep you comfortable all summer long.
Welcome back to the ball game. Cole Munhall will have the start for the Gainesville Gol'diggers. 3-0 on the season with a 2.25 ERA. He's pitched 32 innings so far this season in 7 games. Has 34 strikeouts and 15 walks. Offensively, Brooks Parkerson will get things underway for the Chattahoochee Monsters. Parkerson batting .286 on the season. 12 of 42. He'll step into the right-handed batter's box. Munhall sets. And the first pitch is low for ball 1. Munhall has not faced the Chattahoochee Monsters this season, as he winds and fires on the 1-0. This one's chopped toward third. It's going to be a fair ball into the corner. Parkinson's going to round first. He's going to try to go to second. Now he's going to back up and retreat back to first, but a leadoff single for the Chattahoochee Monsters. And Brooks Parkinson's aboard with nobody down. Good piece of hitting to pull it down the line. Just got past the diving Zachary Zara over there at the hot corner for Gainesville. And now Jack Jocksteimer comes up with a runner on.
You can never complain about getting the first runner on, Noah. That is such an important piece of just any inning, getting that leadoff runner aboard. Great job there.
First pitch to Jocksteimer, slaps this through the hole between the shortstop and the third baseman, and another base hit to left field. First pitch swinging for Jocksteimer, and quickly the Monsters have 2 aboard and nobody out.
This is a really nice start against a difficult pitcher. And to have already a runner in scoring position, nobody out, fantastic start.
So now Caleb Johnson steps in, the shortstop for the Chattahoochee Monsters. Batting .318 on the season. Parkinson at first, Jocksteimer at first, Parkinson at second. Both with singles to lead off the bottom of the first. First pitch to Johnson, slaps this just by the second baseman for another base hit. Parkinson rounding third hard but coming back to third base, and now the bases are loaded after 3 straight singles and a hot start for the Chattahoochee Monsters offense.
No, if you would have told me coming into the game this was the start the Monsters were going to get, I would not have believed you.
I wouldn't have either.
But what a great start. The bats are awake early. That's what they're going to need to do. Gainesville can pile up runs on their own, but I'll tell you what, we saw in the last couple of games that the Monsters have discovered their offense. They put up 8 in each of the 2 games last Sunday.
You know, Monsters offense really has turned the corner if they found their stride late in the regular season. So now Braden Pelkey, the cleanup hitter, up with the bases loaded. First pitch to him is in there for called strike 1. Will it be a breaking ball on the inside part of the plate? Pelkey batting .245 on the season. Faces an 0-1 count and the pitch from Munhall. This one's chopped toward third but foul. Right past Coach Johnny. And now 0-2 to Pelkey. Parkinson at third, Jocksteimer at second, Johnson at first, all with singles. 3 straight hits to begin the ball game for the Chattahoochee Monsters offensively. And as Tom mentioned, couldn't have asked for a better start for this Monsters offense. But now Pelkey in 0-2 hole. Munhall delivers. Swung on and missed for strike 3. Got jammed on the inside part of the plate. Couldn't resist swinging at it. And now 1 down for the Monsters. So now Brandon Davis steps into the plate, batting .280 this season. Has 6 RBIs and a real opportunity to add to that total right here. Munhall sets and delivers. This one's in the dirt. Good stop behind the plate by Logan Murphy for Gainesville. And a 1-0 count to Brandon Davis. Crucial at bat here early in the ball game. Munhall sets 1-0 count to Brandon Davis with the bases loaded. The pitch, high for ball 2. Again, Munhall with 15 walks in 32 innings pitched so far for Gainesville. Averages less than half a walk per inning, averages over 1 strikeout per inning. 2-0 pitch is swung on and missed by Davis for strike 1. You're a Monsters hitter. You got to take advantage of this golden opportunity to give your team the early lead. And now the 2-1 to Davis. High for ball 3. Let's see how aggressive Davis is on this 3-1 pitch.
And a very important pitch right now because a walk is a run, so you feel like they have to come over the plate with this or at least be near it.
Large gap out there in right center field. Center fielder looks to be playing over to the left more than usual, and the right fielder to the right. 3-1 is for ball 4. Looked to be high, clipped the glove of Murphy, and so that will bring a run home, and the Monsters are on the board first. Everybody moves up 90 feet. Davis reaches with the walk, and now 1-0 in a pitching. We're going to have a meeting on the mound as Zion Morris is set to come up to the plate. No action in the Gainesville bullpen, but definitely a shaky start for Cole Munhall thus far. Monsters with 3 hits in the inning. Then that walk by Davis. And they saw the bases loaded, and they've already scored a run. Still only 1 down. Zion Morris on the season batting .313. Would love to get his 16th hit of the season right here. First pitch to Zion Morris is in there for a call strike 1. Good breaking ball there by Munhall. In the zone, and Morris didn't swing after it. Justin Velo's on the on-deck circle for the Monsters. And the 0-1 to Morris inside for ball 1. Monsters with an opportunity to pour it on here in the bottom of the first. Bases loaded with 1 down. The 1-1 pitch by Munhall swung on a chopped foul toward the third base side. Again, right past Coach Johnny. And now 1-2. All 3 runners with rather conservative leads from their respective bases. As Morris eyes the 1-2. The pitch to him. Swung on a high fly ball down the first base side, slicing the foul ground and out of play into the stands. And it will remain 1-2. First baseman Riley Stanford for Gainesville thought he may have had a play on it initially, but he ran out of real estate as the ball landed about 3 or 4 rows up in the stands. Again, the 1-2 to Morris. Swung on and missed for strike 3. Second strikeout of the inning and of the game from Munhall. Now 2 down with the bases still loaded, and Justin Velo's coming to the plate. Velo's batting .175 on the season, 10 of 57. First pitch to him by Munhall. Swung on and missed for strike 1. Couldn't quite catch up to that fastball. Yoxheimer at third. Johnson at second. Brandon Davis at first. 0-1 pitch. Foul ball over the third base side. Quickly 0-2.
Boy, it's nice that the Monsters have won here, Noah, but even though it's the first inning of the first game, I feel there's an urgency to scratch out a couple more.
Yeah, you feel pretty successful first inning so far, but you feel like you definitely left some on the table if Velos can't come through right here. Munhole winds in the 0-2. In there for a called strike 3. Velos is rung up looking. So the Monsters do take the lead 1-0, but leave them loaded. As we head to the second inning, Chattahoochee Monsters 1, Gainesville Gol'diggers 0. This is Chattahoochee Monsters baseball.
Grab yours down at our Golden Park Concourse and wherever beer is sold.
Welcome back to the ball game here at historic Golden Park. We head to the second inning, and the Monsters with a 1-0 lead. However, a little bit of a missed opportunity, leaving the bases loaded in the bottom of the first. Monsters had 3 straight singles to start the game by Brooks Parkerson, Jack Jocksheimer, and Caleb Johnson. But Cole Munhall for the Gainesville Gol'diggers get out of it, allowing only 1 run. And now Cale Strickland steps in, the cleanup hitter for the Gainesville Gol'diggers. First pitch to him on the outside corner, called strike 1. Brent Peacock put down the Gol'diggers in order 1-2-3 in the top of the first. Looking to repeat that here. 0-1 pitch to Strickland, high for ball 1. Strickland batting .328 this year, 19 of 58, has 13 RBIs. Check swing there, didn't go, and it's ball 2. Good job by Strickland to hold the bat back on that one. Peacock working quickly in the 2-1. Inside corner for a call, strike 2. Now time called as Strickland will reset. Step into the batter's box, and he's ready to go. The 2-2. Low and outside for ball 3, and it's full count. The 3-2. Swung on and missed for strike 3. 4 in a row now put down by Brent Peacock to begin the game. First strikeout for him as he gets Cale Strickland looking. Now Riley Stanford comes up to the plate for the Gainesville Gol'diggers. The first baseman, batting .305 this season. First pitch to Stanford is high for ball 1. Peacock's 1-0 is in there for strike 1. Peacock seems to be in command and in control so far this afternoon. 1-1 pitch to Stanford. Little low for ball 2. Stanford set, so is Peacock in the 2-1. Low and gets away from the catcher to the backstop, and now it's 3-1. A little bit of a breeze from right to left. As now Peacock pitches on the 3-1 outside for ball 4, and the Gainesville Gol'diggers have their first runner aboard in the top of the second. So Stanford gets a free pass for the 4th time this year. Now Tracy Mitchum coming to the plate. We'll stay on the left side of the dish. Playing left field today, Mitchum. Batting 143 on the season. 4 for 28. First pitch to Mitchum outside for ball 1. Hasty came out of his stance rather quickly. Looked like he may have wanted to throw down to first to try to get Stanford, but thought the better of it. And now a 1-0 to Mitchum. Stanford over at first with a pretty short lead. The pitch swung on a slice foul over the third base dugout, out of play. Hits the bleachers, I'm sure you just heard, and now it's 1-1. Peacock eyes Stanford over at first. Now sets. And he deals in the 1-1 high for ball 2. Absolutely beautiful day for baseball as the breeze has now died down. And Peacock delivers on the 2-1 outside for ball 3. Third straight batter, he's gone to 3 balls in the count. The 3-1 to Mitchum. Outside for ball 4. And 2 straight free passes for the Gainesville Gol'diggers. And now they have runners on first and second.
That'll bring up number 5, the extra hitter, Cameron Guidry.
So now Cameron Guidry comes to the plate batting 170 this season. One out here in the top of the second. And a little bit of a conference on the mound now between Hasty and Peacock. And now Hasty will jog back to squat behind the dish. Guidry steps in to the right side of the plate. Peacock now set, trying to preserve this 1-0 lead that the Monsters have here in the second inning. First pitch is high and tight for ball 1. A little bit of chin music there by Peacock. Now a 1-0 count. Peacock eyes Stanford back at second. Eyes him a second time, now fires on the 1-0. That one's in there for a call strike 1. Gainesville still without a hit so far this game. They have 2 runners on, though, who reached on walks. Peacock sets on the 1-1. Winds and he deals. This one slapped high over to the first base side in foul territory. Running over is Pelkey, but it's going to slice, lands just by the Chattahoochee Monsters dugout. A foul ball and a strike 2 against Guidry. Still under some cloud coverage here at Golden Park. Anything to protect you from this summer heat, you'll definitely take it. Peacock set, now the 1-2. Outside corner, rung him up for strike 3. Second strikeout of the inning for Brent Peacock. And now 2 down for the Gainesville Gol'diggers. Now Logan Murphy, the catcher, steps up to the plate batting .263 on the year. Seen limited action so far at the plate this year. 5 hits and 19 trips to the plate. Peacock nods and now sets. With runners at first and second and 2 down here in the top of the second. First pitch to Murphy, in there for a called strike 1. Oh, 1 pitch to Murphy. Swung on a foul straight back for strike 2. Feels pretty important that Peacock get out of this inning without allowing a run. First adversities faced so far. He still hasn't given up a hit, but did allow back-to-back walks to give Gainesville 2 runners aboard. But now an 0-2 count to Logan Murphy and a chance to get out of it. Peacock sets and the 0-2. Swung on and fouled toward the Monsters' dugout. And he'll remain alive. Still in an 0-2 hole. Hasty again trots out toward the mound. Going to have a little bit of a discussion with Peacock. They've settled their differences. And another 0-2 to Logan Murphy. Big moment for Peacock early in this ball game. The stretch and the 0-2. Swung on and missed for strike 3. Peacock strikes out the side after allowing 2 walks in the middle of it. But still the Gainesville Gol'diggers without a hit and more importantly without a run. We head to the bottom of the second with the Monsters up 1-0. This is Chattahoochee Monsters baseball.
Sports.
Welcome back to the ball game here from historic Golden Park. We head to the bottom of the second with the Monsters up 1-0. Luke Hasty will lead things off here. The bottom of the order do it for the Monsters 8, 9, 10 with Luke Hasty, then Tanner Martin and Noah Jones rounding out the lineup for the Chattahoochee Monsters. Hasty.
Number 2, the catcher Luke Hasty.
First pitch to him. Inside for ball 1. Hasty batting 161 this season, 5 for 31. One 0 count to him. Swung on and sliced into the corner and almost making the catch, but it lands innocently foul on the dirt as Riley Stanford went over there and nearly made the grab. Looked like he wasn't sure exactly where the wall was, so he stutter-stepped a little bit and hesitated. Couldn't quite catch up to it. He ran to the wall anyway. But now a 1-1 count. 1-1 to Hasty. Swung on a miss for strike 2.
No, I don't think it's possible to understate or overstate, I suppose, how important it was for the Monsters to get out of that last inning jam without giving up a run to the Gol'diggers. That's what the Gol'diggers do. They nickel and dime, and all of a sudden they've got 3 in an inning.
1-2 pitch. Swung on a foul tip. So Hasty will remain alive in a 1-2 hole. Yeah, it definitely was a huge inning for Peacock to get out of. This Gainesville Gol'diggers offense is very explosive, very just at any time can break the dam and score 4 and 5 runs in 1 inning. So very important for the Monsters to get out of that unscathed. Now the 1-2 just misses for ball 2.
And also defensively for the Monsters, when you're facing an offensive team like this, not only for the pitcher Peacock, it's huge for his confidence, but also the 8 guys out there with him.
2-2 to Hasty. This one's fouled again over the first base dugout, out of play.
Hasty's doing a nice job right now in this at-bat. Doesn't quite get a pitch to hit, fouls it off a little bit, stays alive.
The 2-2. Swung on this one's rope to left field. Is going to get down. No, it's not. A sliding grab over there in left field. What a catch by Tracy Mitchum, who went down to the grass to pick that one right off the top of it. And a great defensive play gets Gainesville its first out of the bottom of the second.
And that'll bring up the extra hitter, number 23, Tanner Martin.
So now Tanner Martin steps in the extra hitter spot in the 9 hole today. At least for this game, batting .233 on the season. Now the sun coming out from behind the clouds here at Golden Park. I suppose that's why they call it a Golden Park, Tom.
Looks beautiful right now in the sunshine.
First pitch to Martin is on the inside corner for a call, strike 1.
Also, don't mind, Noah, we've had some intermittent bouts of the rain here in the area the last couple of days. The field's gotten a good amount of water. A little sunshine might help right now.
0-1. This one's hit hard by Tanner over to left field, back towards Mitchum. He's going to get under it, however, in front of the warning track and put it away for out number 2. Solid hit there by Martin, just happened to go right at Mitchum in left field. Then the Monsters quickly have 2 down here in the bottom of the second with Noah Jones coming up to the plate. Jones batting .188 so far this summer. First pitch to Jones. This one's slapped foul down the third base line for strike 1. Jones does have a home run on the season, has 1 and 3 RBIs. Looking to start a 2-out rally for the Monsters here in the bottom of the second. The 0-1. A little low for ball 1. So now a 1-1 count to Noah Jones. He hits this one high towards left field again. Now going to the left center field, and coming over to make the play is the center fielder for the Gainesville Gol'diggers, Brandon Prince. He'll put it away, and the Monsters go down in order in the bottom of the second, a 1-2-3 inning. So we head to the third. Monsters 1, Gol'diggers nothing. You're listening to Chattahoochee Monsters Baseball.
be still. Snack your cat head beverages out of Golden Park Concourse or at Columbus Live, located just outside the right field. Michelob Ultra is once again a superior light beer brewed for those who understand that it's only worth it if you enjoy it. Containing only 95 calories and 2.6 carbs, Michelob Ultra is a light rocker brewed with perfect balance of Hercules hops and wholesome grains. Grab yours down here at the Golden Park Concourse and wherever beer is sold. And let's go Monsters!
Welcome back to the ball game here from historic Golden Park. We head to the third inning with the Monsters up 1-0 on the first place. Currently tied for first place, Gainesville Gol'diggers. They will clinch first with one win today if they get a split of the doubleheader. Monsters with a chance to get to the 3 seed with a couple wins today. Zachary Zara will lead things off for the Gainesville Gol'diggers. First pitch to him by Peacock is inside for ball 1. Zara batting an even .200 this summer, 10 for 50 at the plate. Now the 1-0, outside for ball 2. Peacock, pretty good command so far. Did allow a little blip of that little outlier with 2 walks last inning. He did strike out the side. Now the 2-0 to Zara is high for ball 3. And a little bit of what plagued him last inning seems to be returning. Clouds in the distance, but we are in the sun now at Golden Park. 3-0 pitch swung on and missed for strike 1 by Zara. The wind and the pitch by Peacock swung on and fouled back for strike 2. So now a full count to Zara and the pitch by Peacock. Swung on and missed in the dirt. Gets away from the catcher, but over the first, the throw by Hasty is in time to Pelkey. So now 4 straight outs by strikeout for Bryn Peacock. And 1 down in the top half of the third. So now the 10-hole hitter for the Gainesville Gol'diggers, Theo Bryant, will step in, playing right field. First pitch to Bronny, showing Bunny, pulls it back, and it's going to be ball 1. Next pitch to Bryant, inside for ball 2. Bryant batting .207 on the season. See the bottom of the order for Gainesville get something going. 2-0 is low for ball 3. .3-0 count to Bryant. That was in there for call strike 1. Peacock fought back against Zara last at bat to get a strikeout. See if he can do the same thing here. The 3-1 to Bryant. Outside low in the dirt for ball 4, and Bryant's aboard. Now Coach Johnny Eaton's going to walk out to the mound, have a little bit of a chat with Bryn Peacock. As we head back to the top of the order for the Gainesville Gol'diggers, Brandon Prince, who grounded out to short to begin the game, will have a second crack at it after Coach Johnny and Peacock have a little bit of a mound visit and a little bit of a talking to. Now Coach Johnny walks off the mound. Back to the dugout. So mound meeting over. Now 1 mound visit for each team here in the first 3 innings of the ball game. Theo Bryant for the Gol'diggers at first. Prince at the plate. Quick pickoff move over to try to get Bryant, not in time. Back in safely with a head first slide. Peacock sets. And now the first pitch to Prince. This one's hit hard towards center field. Coming over to get underneath it is Jocksteimer. He makes the catch. And now 2 down. Solidly hit by Brandon Prince. Good play by Jocksteimer to get underneath it. Perhaps battling the sun a little bit. Didn't seem to faze him. And now 2 down for Bryce Roddy, who popped out in foul ground to the catcher Luke Hasty back in the first. Peacock sets, eyes Bryant over at first base. Fakes a pickoff move towards him as Bryant slid in head first without a play. Now the first pitch to Roddy, showing bunt, pulls it back. The pitch was outside for ball 1. Pretty aggressive play if you're going to bunt with 2 outs, especially with a runner on first. Quick pickoff move again over, try to get Bryant by Peacock. Safely back in is Bryant. Bryant does have 5 stolen bases on the year. 5 for 7 in stealing attempts. The bunt is put down by Roddy. Going to be a tough play. The throw over to first. No throw, no play. Noah Jones came up charging. Had no play at first to try to get Roddy in time. And a bunt single.
Number 6, the second baseman, Matt Rose.
So Theo Bryant up to second. Bryce Roddy aboard at first. And Matt Rose up to the plate.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd just like to tell you that this inning is brought to you by Zelmo Zip-It.
And Noah just pointing out that's the first hit of the ball game for the Gainesville Gol'diggers. So much for the old don't bunt to break up a no-hitter, I guess.
Yeah. No, it's been good work by Peacock so far. Perhaps his command isn't quite as sharp as it was in the first inning, but still a solid start so far. Need to get out of this one, though, as he did last inning. Rose chopped back to the pitcher in his first plate appearance. First pitch to him is in there for a called strike 1. Oh, 1 count to Matt Rose. And the pitch from Peacock. Outside for ball 1. Another little point of bother for Peacock. Looking to see if he can get out of it for the second inning in a row. Peacock now being more deliberate before his release. And now time called. One count. And the pitch to Rose. Swung and hit, slap right back up the middle for a base hit. Bryant coming around, coming home, going to be played at the plate. The throw is not in time. Tie ball game as advancing over the third is Bryce Roddy on the throw home. And now we're tied up at 1 here in the top of the third. Now some action in the Monsters bullpen. So now Kel Strickland will come to the plate. Struck out looking in the first inning. First pitch to Strickland is inside for ball 1. Landon Johnson is now in the bullpen for the Chattahoochee Monsters.
And keeping in mind, Noah, the bullpen setup is different for the Monsters for these two games. They have to get their staff through 14 innings, at least, and then they got to play tomorrow. They know they're playing tomorrow. They're in the wild card. It's just whether it's home or road.
Correct. I mean, very interesting to see how Coach Johnny handles his roster management, especially as we mentioned with the Hoots last night, a little bit of a bottleneck in the bullpen. Going to need your starters to go as long as possible to keep some fresh arms for the games tomorrow. Now, pitch to Strickland is high for a ball. Two-0 count to Strickland. Runners at the corners for the Gol'diggers with 2 down. Hits this one foul over the first base side for strike 1. Peacock takes a quick glance at Rose over at first. Now sets and now throws, and they got him in a rundown. Rose was going to go. It's going to be, and now the throw home is in time by a mile to get Bryce Roddy. A little bit of a difficult situation defensively, but the Monsters figured it out, and Roddy's thrown out at home for the 3rd out of the inning. So the Gainesville Gol'diggers get 1 run on 2 hits, and they tie the ballgame up at 1. We head to the bottom of the 3rd, tied at 1. This is Chattahoochee Monsters baseball. Welcome back to the ball game. 1-1 tie here as we head to the bottom of the 3rd, and Tom's got some things for you. Tom?
Chattahoochee Monsters baseball is brought to you in part by Country Inn & Suites, the official host hotel of the Chattahoochee. Pepsi, the official soft drink of the Columbus Chattahoochee and the Chattahoochee Monsters. Zelmo Zippin, the official fuel provider of the Hoots and Monsters. Air Force Heating and Cooling, the official heating and air company of the Hoots and the Monsters. And, of course, Cathead Distillery, the official distillery of Golden Park. And Creature Comforts Brewing Company, the official craft beer of historic Golden Park.
Brooks Parkerson will lead things off back to the top of the order for the Monsters. As we begin the bottom of the 3rd, Munhall still on the mound, and the first pitch is low in the dirt and gets back to the backstop for ball 1. Parkerson led off the game with a single, came around and scored, the only run so far for the Monsters. So he was driven in by a walk by Brandon Davis. The 1-0 pitch in there for a called strike 1. Again, these two teams are the only two playing today in the Sun Belt League. 2 7-inning games, a doubleheader. Game 2 will start approximately 25 minutes after the conclusion of Game 1. Next pitch is in there for a call strike 2 to Parkerson. So now Parkerson in a 1-2 hole. As we're back under some shade now at Golden Park, and the pitch. Swung on, he lifts this one foul over the first base dugout, and will stay alive at 1-2. Got some people hanging out at Columbus Live over there, staying on the balcony, taking a little bit of a Sunday afternoon Sunboat League baseball action. Indefinite playoff implications in this one. The 1-2. Swung on a check swing, went right back to the pitcher. Awkward swing, but it ends up being a 1-3 putout. Throw by Munhall over to Stanford. And the first hitter is retired for the Monsters.
That was just more bad luck than anything, Noah. He was defensively trying to get out of the way. The ball was so high and tight that when he turned his shoulder, the bat hit it back to the pitcher. That's just a bad break.
So now Jack Jocksheimer steps up, singled in the first, and a swing and a miss on the first pitch for strike one. He was left stranded at third. Jocksheimer sets in the 0-1. This one's chopped towards first to Stanford. He'll keep it, walk over the bag, and put it away unassisted. And quickly 2 down here in the home half of the third.
Y'all give it up for number 36 for shortstop, Caleb Johnson.
So now the lefty Caleb Johnson steps in, singled as well back in the first. He was stranded at second. But Munhall making quick work of the Chattahoochee Monsters so far in the third. First pitch. It's a little high for ball one. Good eye there by Johnson. Middle of the infield shifted a bit to the right. The next pitch is in there for a called strike one. Caleb checked his swing, but it was in the zone anyway. Munhall is set, and now the 1-1. A little inside for ball two. Logan Murphy, the catcher for the Gainesville Gol'diggers, really tried to frame that one on the inside corner, didn't get the call. Now Johnson ahead in the count 2-1. 2-1 pitch from Munhall. That one's a little high for ball three. Absolutely no wind to speak of at the moment, as the flags are laying limp over there in right center field. Three 3-1 to count to Johnson, and the pitch from Munhall. Swung on this one's fouled over the third base side. Into the stands for strike two. That is the first Monsters hitter to reach a full count so far this afternoon. And now back under the shade as the sun's again dove in behind a cloud. Full count 3-2. That one's just inside. And ball four for Caleb Johnson. He's aboard for the second time today. So Braden Pelkey steps in, struck out swinging back in the first. As the Monsters were retired on strikeouts in the first inning. Munhall struck out the side, allowed a run. Now the runner's going. The throw down to second to get Johnson is not in time and into center field. Johnson gets up quickly, is going to run to third. He'll get in there safely in a 180 feet scamper for Caleb Johnson. Gets him from first to third, from one corner to the other. And just like that, the Monsters have a chance to take the lead with any sort of wild pitch or a hit to the outfield. So 1-0 to Pelkey. Johnson now at third. And the pitch. This one swung on a chop towards shortstop. Gets to the hole for a base hit, and the Monsters have regained the lead. Pelkey gets it to the hole on the left side between the shortstop and the third baseman. Johnson comes home to score. Goes from first to home after he stole second. The throw went into center field, so he took third. And then Pelkey drives him in, and the Monsters are now up 2-1. Brandon Davis, who walked back in the first that put in a run, first pitch to him, is in there for a call strike one. Pitch by Munhall. That was in there for a call strike two. Now Davis in an 0-2 hole. Pelkey at first and the 0-2. Swung on and fouled toward the Gainesville bullpen in foul ground, so it will remain 0-2. A little bit of a breeze now coming in from right center. Now the 0-2. The runner goes, pitches low, and into second base is Braden Pelkey without a play. Pitch was in the dirt. Really didn't give Logan Murphy any chance to stand up and throw down to second. So another stolen base for the Monsters this inning. And a runner in scoring position with two down. Munhall sets, eyes Pelkey at second. And now a pickoff move back to try to get Pelkey. He's back in safely. A little bit of a risky move there considering what happened on the stolen base attempt by Johnson that moved him to third base, who eventually came around to score. Throwing to the outfield there could have been disastrous for Gainesville. But now Davis faces the 1-2. Swung on, this one's popped up in the foul ground over the third base side. Over to try to make the catch, and Trish can't. Is Zachary Zara. Ball landed just in the field of play. Over there by our cameraman down there, Drew Pierce. But Brandon Davis will remain alive in a 1-2 count. A little bit of a corner, a pocket of area between the dugout and the gate down there to the third base side. That's where the ball landed. As we mentioned, big foul ground and kind of awkward foul ground here at Golden Park. Absolutely huge ballpark, a lot of ground to cover if you're a fielder, even if you're in the infield. Pelkey at second. Monsters up 2-1, and the pitch high and outside for ball two. Munhall knew immediately after he let that one go that one slipped and he had missed the spot. Munhall sets and now delivers on the 2-2. Outside for ball three. Davis has gotten it to a full count. Big pitch here for Munhall. Full count to Brandon Davis with a runner on second. The pitch, low and outside for ball four, and now Brandon Davis is aboard with his second walk of the ball game. And now we have a meeting on the mound that might be the end of Munhall's day, as there is action in the Gainesville bullpen. Might just be a tactic to stall to try to get the reliever more warm-up tosses.
Ladies and gentlemen, as a reminder, it is currently 87 degrees in the ballpark this afternoon, and we know how hot it gets down here in the Chattahoochee.
So no pitching change is going to happen right now as the infield scatters back to their positions. Zion Morris now due up for the Monsters. Struck out swinging back in the first.
And let's go Monsters.
He has Davis at first and Pelkey at second, and a chance to increase the Monsters' lead. So after the visit, Munhall sets. And the first pitch to Morris. Swung on a chopped foul down the third base side for strike one.
Again, another big moment in this game, Noah, and right now, first and second with 2 down. It's a pressure situation, but teams that win championships produce that 1 or 2 extra runs in this situation.
Yep. Monsters had the opportunity to do that back in the first. Let's see if they can do it here in the third. 0-1 pitch from Munhall is in the dirt for ball 1.
The other thing, too, is even after that mound visit, I know it was to try to give a little extra time to the bullpen to warm up, but right now Munhall's struggling. He's starting to lose the plate.
Yeah, his control is definitely lacked really all game, but, I mean, giving up 3 straight base hits to begin the game can't do any favors for your confidence. That's now the 1-1 pitch is swung on and missed for strike 2. Munhall sets, and the 1-2 pitch to Morris is swung on and missed for strike 3. Big punch out there for Cole Munhall. Gets him out of a little bit of a jam, but that will end the third inning, but not before the Monsters have regained the lead now 2-1. As Caleb Johnson solo base, advanced the third on the third to center field, and Pelkey drove him in with the RBI single. So we head to the fourth. Your Monsters up 2-1 on the Gainesville Gol'diggers. This is Chattahoochee Monsters baseball. Welcome back to the ball game. Monsters up 2-1 as we head to the fourth inning. Brendan Peacock still in the ball game on the mound for the Monsters. So Cale Strickland will come back up to the plate. He was at the plate at the conclusion of the top of the third, but a pickoff move by Peacock over the first and a throw home to get Bryce Roddy put away the third out of the inning. So we'll get a fresh count, and the first pitch to him is outside for ball 1. Peacock set and the 1-0. Swung on and chopped towards short. Johnson corrals it, throws over the first, and cannot dig it out of the ground as Braden Pelkey. The throw skipped, didn't go as high as Pelkey thought. And so Strickland is aboard to lead off the top of the fourth for the Gainesville Gol'diggers. That will go as an E6 against Johnson. First error of the ball game for the Monsters. So now Riley Stanford comes up. Walked back in the second inning, was stranded at second. First pitch to him is in there for called strike 1. Strickland with a pretty short lead over there at first. And now time called by the home plate umpire. Now Stanford steps back in. Peacock sets in a quick pickoff move over to first, but back in safely is Strickland. Peacock is set and fires on the 0-1, which is low for ball 1. Stanford was the first of the pair of walks that Peacock surrendered back in the second inning. Gainesville didn't score, however, until the third. The 1-1 swung on and missed for strike 2. Breaking ball low and inside. Stanford couldn't resist. Swing and a miss, and now 1-2. Peacock with a long glance over to first, now sets. And the 1-2 in the dirt for ball 2. Peacock now taking his time on the mound between pitches. As he fires on the 2-2, this one's hit right back up the middle for a base hit. So Stanford's aboard for the second time in the ball game. This time it's a single to center. Gainesville's runners at first and second.
That'll bring up number 35, the left fielder, Tracy Mitchell.
So now Tracy Mitchell sets up to the plate. He also walked back in the second. Gainesville runners at first and second. Still nobody out. Mitchum showing bunt. Tries to get it down. He foul tipped it. Goes back into the screen for strike 1. So now 0-1 to Mitchum. Stanford at first, Strickland at second. Peacock sets. 0-1 showing bunt again, but the pitch is high for ball 1. Peacock with a long look to the plate. Now he's set and fires on the 1-1. Mitchum showing bunt, pulls it back, pitch was low for ball 2. Pelkey, the first baseman, playing on the infield grass in anticipation for the bunt. Jones has to stay back near third for the force out at his own base. 1-2-1 pitch is high for ball 3.
Tough spot for the Monsters here, Noah. Nobody out. Runners on first and second. And again, we talked about the way Gainesville does things. Even if they don't lay this bunt down, you're still ahead in the count 3-1 right now. And they're just finding ways. They just grind and get guys on and then get guys across.
Yeah, well, I go back to to start the inning, the throwing error that was assessed to Caleb Johnson. The throw was a little low. Would have been a tough play by Pelkey, but he got behind his glove. So instead of one out there, it's a free base, and that one is slapped into right center field. It's going to land in for a base hit. Coming around third and heading for home is Strickland. The fire to the plate is not in time. Everybody advances 90 feet to the throw home. So now we got a tie ball game. The Gainesville Gol'diggers with 2 runners for scoring position and nobody down.
Score up at 2. That'll bring up number 5, the designated hitter, Cameron Guytree.
So Stanford goes from first to third. Mitchum goes to second base on a double. And Strickland gets to home after reaching on an error. And now that will be the end of Bryn Peacock's afternoon. So a new pitcher coming into the ballgame for the Chattahoochee Monsters. Should be Landon Johnson, as I mentioned earlier, who was in the bullpen.
Number 4, the righty, Landon Johnson.
Taking a look at Johnson this year for the Monsters, they've really liked going to him. He's got 10 games, Noah. 1-1 record, a 3.17 ERA, 17 innings of work, 16 strikeouts, and 7 walks. So you have to like what you're going to see out of Johnson and bring him in this spot. And again, I mean, these games matter to both sides because for the Chattahoots, it's the difference between third or fourth or fifth. And for the Gol'diggers, right now are really in a good situation here in this 4th inning with 2 on, nobody out. I mean, they want first place. This is a team that's worked hard all year to try to get first place, and they can sew it up by winning a baseball game here. So, you'd rather take care of business in the first half of the doubleheader, that's for sure.
Yeah, no, definitely. And, Peacock, not a bad start, really, just a little sloppy in the later innings that he was in.
Let's go.
See if Johnson can get the Monsters out of this with only a tie.
And, of course, as a reminder, the playoffs start tomorrow in the Sun Belt Baseball League. The Monsters, if they finish 3rd or 4th in the Sun Belt League, will host tomorrow night. If they finish 5th, they have to go on the road, and they will start on the road on Monday evening. And the Columbus Chattahoots, we know for sure, with a first-round bye, will open at home this coming Friday night.
So now nobody out still in the top of the 4th. Showing bunt is Cameron Guidry as he takes that one for strike 1. Stanford at 3rd, Mitchum at 2nd. Monsters and Gol'diggers tied at 2. As Cale Strickland came in to score off the Tracy Mitchum base hit to right center field. Johnson sets in the 0-1, low and outside for ball 1. One and one and the pitch. Breaking ball a little high for ball 2. The 2-1 from Johnson. Low in the dirt, ball 3. 3-1 to Guidry. Runners at second and third for the Gainesville Gol'diggers. Nobody out. Now time called. As these Monsters pitchers are taking their time on the mound between pitches. The set and the pitch. This one's fouled back behind home plate for strike 2. Now the count full to Guidry. Still nobody out here in the top of the 4th. The wind and the set on the full count. Swung on a hit towards third base. Noah Jones corrals it, fires home. Tag is in time for the out at the plate. So the 5-2 put out is in time to keep the game tied. But Mitchum hits the third, and Guidry reaches on the fielder's choice. So now 1 down and runners at the corners. So now Logan Murphy steps in. Struck out swinging to end the second inning. First pitch to Murphy. Swung on a miss for strike 1. Oh, 1 to Murphy, and the next pitch is inside for ball 1. Four straight runners have reached for the Gainesville Gol'diggers. Strickland initially on an error. Then a single by Stanford, a double by Mitchum, and Guidry reaches on the fielder's choice, and the bunt is put down. Throw over to first is in time for the second out of the inning. But that does bring home Mitchum as he scores the leading run, as the Gol'diggers now have the lead 3-2.
That'll bring up number 20, the third baseman, Zachary Zara.
And Noah, this is it. They're trading that out, are the Gol'diggers, to advance a runner. They're trading that out to score the run. And just like that, they go from trailing to leading. And it's just chipping away. The death of 1,000 cuts, but the Gol'diggers play a very well-rounded game.
Basically, the Gol'diggers' MO so far this season. First pitch to Zara, swung on a miss for strike 1. Two down now on the top of the 4th. Gol'diggers lead it 3-2. Oh, 1 pitch by Zara is fouled. Zara is fouled to the first base dugout for strike 2. Johnson eyeing home plate, now finally set. Winds and fires on the 0-2. Swung on a hit towards left field. Going to be a tough play. He's going to land in for a base hit. Coming around third and going home to score is Guidry. He'll get in there plenty of time. So now 4-2 Gainesville on the single by Zachary Zara. Brings home Cameron Guidry. And now Theo Bryant coming up to the plate with 2 down and a runner on first. Bryant, the right fielder, walked last inning. First pitch to him is outside from ball 1. Came around and scored the first run for the Gol'diggers in the ball game. 1-0 pitch. This one's looped into foul ground over the first base side and it stands for strike 1. One-on-one count. The pitch to Bryant. Breaking ball high for ball 2. The 2-1 pitch. This one's popped up in the foul ground over to Pelkey, and now coming over the major catch is the catcher, Luke Hasty, behind the plate in foul ground by the dirt in front of the Chattahoochee Monsters dugout. And so that will finally end the top of the 4th, but not before. The Gainesville Gol'diggers regained the lead, 2 runs on 3 hits. 3 runs on 3 hits. Take that back. Anyways, Gainesville up 3-2 as we head to the home half of the 4th. This is Chattahoochee Monsters baseball. Welcome back to the ball game here. Gainesville Gol'diggers have regained the lead now 4-2 Gainesville. New pitcher into the ball game for the Gol'diggers. Justin Velos will lead things off for the Monsters, and the first pitch to Velos is chopped towards second, going to get through the hole for a base hit. So a leadoff single for Velos. Thought about heading the second for a little bit there. Comes back to first. Kyle Roper into the ball game now for the Gainesville Gol'diggers. Roper from Cumming, Georgia, 2-0 on the season, 2.07 ERA, 26 innings pitched, 43 strikeouts to only 8 walks. So leadoff single for Velos brings up Luke Hasty. Fouls his first pitch toward Columbus Live for strike 1.
Gol'diggers have a new pitcher on the mound. It's number 31, Kyle Roper.
So 0-1 to Hasty. Hasty flew out to left field back in the second inning. He's showing bunt currently. Gets it down towards first base. That will advance Velos to first. The pitch to first by Stanford is in time to Matt Rose, who came over to cover the bag. So a sac bump by Hasty gets Velos over to second. And that will bring up Tanner Martin.
Sacrifice bunt was successful. That'll bring up number 23, Tanner Martin.
Martin also flew out to left field in the second inning. Looking to drive in Velos to get this to a one-run game. Roper sets, and the first pitch to Martin is swung on a miss for strike one. Tanner Martin facing an 0-1. Velos at second. Next pitch is inside for ball one. One pitch. Martin fouls this one back toward the Monsters dugout for strike two. Having a little bit of cat and mouse game over that second base between Velos and the pitcher Roper. As Velos was dancing around, Matt Rose threatening to come cover the bag for a pickoff attempt. But a 1-2 to Tanner Martin. The wind and the pitch swung on a foul straight back. Will remain a 1-2 count. Infield shifted a hair to the left. Rose threatening to cover, and the 1-2 fouled off again. So Martin will stay alive. Swinging a chopper towards third. Zara collects it, fires over to first in time for out number 2. (5-3) on the putout will bring in Noah Jones, the 10-hole hitter for the Monsters. Jones flew out to center field to end the second inning. Hoping he can hit one to the outfield and get it to drop this time. First pitch to him. In there for a call, strike one. Gainesville leads 4-2. Game with important playoff implications for both the Hoops, the Monsters, as well as the Gol'diggers. This one gets away from the catcher, and Velos will advance to third on the pass ball. So the Monsters get a free 90 feet off of that one. Jones now with a 1-1 count with Velos at third. Noah Jones on the 1-1. Takes that one high for ball two. Roper on the 2-1. Outside for ball three. Velos 90 feet away from cutting the deficit to 1, as this one's flared over to foul ground down the right side, coming over and not being able to make the play. Is Theo Bryant. Couldn't quite catch up to it as it lands just in the field of play on the dirt by the Monsters bullpen. Now 3-2. Full count to Jones with a chance to cut the deficit to 1. Roper delivers on the 3-2. Low and outside for ball 4, and Jones is aboard. Parkerson will step in as we go back to the top of the order for the Chattahoochee Monsters. Reached on a single and scored in the first, chopped back to the pitcher in the third. The Monsters have runners at the corners with 2 down. First pitch to Parkerson is low for ball 1. Roper sets in the 1-0. In there for a call, strike 1. Roper's still trying to find his groove in this ball game. The 1-1 to Parkerson. This one's chopped towards short. Roddy collects it, pitches it over to second to Matt Rose to get the force out of Noah Jones, and that will end the 4th inning. Monsters strand 2, can't scratch across innings. We head to the 5th inning. It's Gainesville 4, Chattahoochee 2. This is Chattahoochee Monsters baseball.
Pitching for the Monsters, number 29, Dawson Fuller.
Welcome back to the ball game. We head to the 5th inning. Monsters down 4-2 to the Gainesville Gol'diggers. New pitcher into the ball game for the Chattahoochee Monsters is Dawson Fuller from Wetumpka, Alabama. He's a sophomore at Southern Union State, 3-0 on the year, ERA of 3.97. He's appeared in 10 games this year, pitching 11 1/3. Has 10 strikeouts and 9 walks allowed. Top of the order coming up for Gainesville, Brandon Prince will lead things off. He's 0 for 2 so far today. The lefty sets, and the first pitch to Prince is fouled back for strike 1. Prince steps back in. Fuller now set. Stares at home, now winds and fires on the 0-1. Check swing in the strike zone anyway for strike 2. Prince grounded out to short to begin the game in the first and flew out to center field back in the third. Fuller winds and the 0-2. Outside for ball one. Next pitch, low in the dirt for ball two. Parkerson, the second baseman, playing pretty well back. Set just outside the dirt, now staying on the grass currently. So is the shortstop Johnson. Fuller sets, and the pitch. Swung on and lifted foul again toward Columbus Live.
Just want to remind everyone, if you want to come out for some playoff action, you can always bring a group with you. You can rent a suite. You can even rent Columbus Live. Give us a call, 706-507-4625. That's 507-4625. We can accommodate your group, and suites are available for the upcoming home playoff games.
Thank you, Tom. And now time called. Gainesville hitters seem to be a little frustrated with the slow pace of play by these Monsters pitchers.
I feel like that's deliberate, Noah.
I do too, and the 2-2 is low in the dirt for ball three.
They really do want to slow it down a little bit, take Gainesville out of their rhythm. When you're going well, whether you're a pitcher or a hitter, you want the next pitch, the next play. You just want to keep it going. But the Monsters are definitely slowing it down. This is not typical Monsters.
Now full count. And the pitch by Fuller. Swung on a hit towards center field, left center field, looping in and coming in to make the grab is Zion Morris. And Prince is put away for the first out of the top of the fifth. So that'll bring up Bryce Roddy. Popped out to the catcher in foul territory in the first, reached in the third, and was thrown out at the plate. To end the third inning. First pitch to him is swung on. This one's popped up towards short in shallow left center field. Coming over to make the catch again is Zion Morris. As Caleb Johnson lost it in the sun, Morris was there to back him up. He makes the grab and quickly 2 down.
That was actually very, very good communication right there. Morris was coming in. And, boy, you could tell he didn't know where it was. Kind of lost it, put his hands up, and Morris took command of the situation.
So now Matt Rose steps in. 1 for 2 so far. Fuller winds and sets and fires. First pitch low for ball one.
You know, Noah, you want to talk about a slow pace of play? We got a slow pace of ball and strike calls, too. We really got to hesitate.
Yeah. Can't be quick to call them balls or strikes, and that one's in the dirt for ball two.
It's interesting how baseball is the only true untimed game, just at least in North America. It flows at its own pace, and the pace is always different.
2-0 is in there for a called strike one. Monsters holding the ball, for lack of a better term, as the 2-1 pitch is swung on and sliced into foul territory. Pelkey's running over to it. So is the second baseman, Parkerson, but it lands foul. And now 2-2.
It's a long run out there towards that right center area, kind of down towards the bullpen as well, but you hate to let that one slide. You don't want to keep anybody alive longer than you have to, but at least you get the foul ball out of it.
Yep. Would have been a tough catch for any of them. It really, all three players, the right fielder, Velos, as well as Parkerson, the second baseman, and Pelkey, the first baseman, all rushing in to try to get that one and landed right in the middle of the three of them in foul territory. So now a 2-2 to Matt Rose. and a chance for a 1-2-3 inning for Fuller. Fuller delivers on the 2-2, outside for ball 3.
Not reading anything into it, but Tanner Cotton is up and doing some light throwing in the Monsters bullpen right now.
Full count to Rose and the pitch. Swung on a rope towards third and gets by Noah Jones for a base hit into left field. So a single for Matt Rose, his second of the ball game, will bring up Cale Strickland, who began the scoring for the Gol'diggers last inning.
Now batting the designated hitter number 16, Cale Strickland.
Strickland struck out looking in the second, reached on an error in the fourth, and came around and scored. The first of 3 runs scored by the Gol'diggers in the 4th inning. First pitch to him is slapped foul behind home plate and out of play for strike 1. Rose with a pretty short lead over at first. Fuller taking his time, now he sets. And a pickoff move over to first. Back in with plenty of time is Rose. Still 0-1 to Strickland and the pitch. That one's low for ball 1. Swing and a miss there for strike 2 by Strickland. And now Fuller 1 strike away from getting out of the top of the 5th.
Keep in mind, 7-inning games in the doubleheader today.
Pitched and swung on and fouled toward the Gainesville dugout will remain 1-2.
So there's not that extra 2 innings for the Monsters here to try to find the room they need to catch up in this baseball game, Noah.
Yeah, they have 9 outs left to make up at least 2 runs. One-two pitch to Strickland. Swung on and chopped foul. Looks like he hit it twice. It'll remain 1-2.
Just getting enough to stay alive right now. That's kind of the MO. Again, this Gol'diggers team, and you know, I give them credit. They hang around, they make you throw extra pitches, and then before you know it, you've thrown 10 extra pitches, you're a little extra tired, and then sometimes you make a mistake. But also the Monsters, after a prolonged slump in the middle of the season, have started to play much better baseball here the last several games.
The 1-2 to Strickland came inside, nearly hit him. Now 2-2.
But right now, you know your 1-2 seeds are going to be Gainesville and the Columbus Chattahoochee. Monsters could help out their ballpark mates if they're able to rally, win this, and then win the next half of this doubleheader.
2-2, high for ball 3.
Either way, what we do know is the Monsters open the playoffs tomorrow. Now, will they host or will they be on the road? Depends. They could finish anywhere from 3rd to 5th. If they finish 3rd or 4th, they host. If they're 5th, they will start on the road.
Full count Strickland and the pitch. Swung on and chopped foul towards third base. Remains a full count 3-2.
But Noah, keeping in mind that if this team, Monsters, are going to have a shot at those higher seeds, they've got to find a way to win. At least one of these games here against the Gainesville Gol'diggers.
4-2 lead for Gainesville. Full count to Strickland. Rose at first, and it's going to be a pickoff move over to first. Flo now delivers on the 3-2. This one's hit high into foul territory. Pelkey running over trying to get underneath it is going to slice foul out of play. And again, 3-2.
Boy, they're really extending these at-bats.
Yes, they definitely are.
And that's it. You don't get your pitch to hit. Get a piece of it, put it out of play, whatever you can do. Make the pitcher throw another one, see if he'll give you something, or maybe give you the walk here with a 3-2 count.
The 3-2 pitch. Swung a hit right back up the middle for a base hit. Rose round second is going to head to third. He'll get in there with plenty of time. The throw comes in, but it's a second too late. Now runners at the corners for Gainesville. So that'll bring up Riley Stanford. He's reached both times he's going to the plate today. Walked in the second, reached on a single in the fourth. He was thrown out at the plate last inning for the first out of the inning.
And no, even with 2 outs, I would not be surprised if Gainesville tried to quickly take second here and get 2 runners into scoring position.
Strickland with a pretty short lead over at first. First pitch to Stanford, hit right back up the middle. That one's going to land it for another base hit. RBI single for Stanford. Drives in Matt Rose. And now 5-2 Gainesville.
Didn't even get a chance to get that guy over on a stolen base. They just right away got the hit. And again, that's timely hitting. That's what this team does. That's how they make you pay.
And we're going to have a pitching change now. That'll be the end of Fuller's day.
So Tanner Cotton, I believe, will be the guy coming in here.
So we'll have a break in the action as Tanner Cotton comes in relief for Dawson Fuller. He inherits runners at first and second with 2 down in the top of the 5th. As Coach Johnny gives him the baseball. It is Tanner Cotton. Cotton on the season. Record of 1-0, 2.03 ERA. He's appeared in 5 games this season. He's pitched 17 2/3, struck out 16. He's walked 7. He's a sophomore at LaGrange College from Catala, Georgia. Righty stands in at 6'2", weighs 215. Last time out against the Atlanta Blues back on July 16th. Pitched 5 innings and a win for the Chattahoochee Monsters. Gave up 2 runs, neither of which were earned. On 4 hits, walked 2 and struck out 6. So Tracy Mitchum in the on-deck circle getting ready for the Gol'diggers. Mitchum walked in the second, doubled in the fourth that drove home a run, and he came around to score as well himself. Absolutely beautiful afternoon for baseball here at Golden Park. We're in the sun now. Been in and out of the shade a little bit so far this ball game. Very slight breeze coming in from right field. So Cotton gets his warm-up pitches in. We're about ready to resume action.
No, Major League Baseball, we have one final from earlier today. Tigers 3-1 over the Padres. And we can get around the rest of the scoreboard here. I know Braves fans will want to know how their team is doing. I totally forgot that your computer, the battery decided to just give up the ghost.
Not the first time. Not the first time for sure. Won't be the last.
These are baseball problems. Hashtag baseball problems.
So Mitchum steps in, reached both times so far. He's come to the plate today. First pitch to him is low in the dirt for ball 1.
We do want to say hello to everybody watching and listening via YouTube. And thank you so much for being a part of everything with us here. We really appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for being a part of both Hoots and Monsters baseball here in Columbus all season long. It's been an absolute pleasure bringing you all of this regular season Sunbelt action. And there's playoffs coming up.
1-0. Mitchum fouls this one straight back into the screen for strike one. So the Gol'diggers with 3 straight singles after the first 2 hitters flew out to left field. Rose came around and scored. Strickland's at second, and then Stanford now at first. One count. Cotton sets, and the pitch. Swung on a chop towards first, foul. And now 1-2. One-two count and the pitch. Low for ball 2.
No, the Brewers have a 2-1 lead over the Braves in the top of the 7th inning in that game. Nationals up 6-1 on the Giants at the end of the 8th. Yankees 5-3 over the Royals in the middle of the 8th inning.
The 2-2 to Mitchum. Swung on a hit towards right field. Coming in to make the grab is Justin Velos. He'll put it away. And that will do it for the top of the 5th, but not before the Gainesville Gol'diggers do play to run off of 3 hits. And we head to the bottom of the 5th. Gainesville 5, Chattahoochee 2. You're listening to Chattahoochee Monsters Baseball. Welcome back to the ball game here, home half of the 5th inning. Gainesville up 5-2 over the Chattahoochee Monsters. Kyle Roper still into the ball game for the Gainesville Gol'diggers. Due up for the Monsters this inning, starting with the 2-hole, Jax Yocksteimer, followed by Caleb Johnson and Braden Pelkey. Yocksteimer is 1 for 2 today with a single in the first and a ground out to first in the 3rd inning. So Roper sets his team up 5-2, and the first pitch to Yocksteimer is low for ball 1. Next pitch inside for ball 2. Monsters have 9 outs to play with to try to get 3 runs to crawl back into this ball game. The 2-0 swung on and fouled over to the left side, out of play for strike 1. Two-one pitch, high for ball 3. The 3-1, the Jack's Jocksheimer, is outside for ball 4, and a leadoff walk for the Monsters in the home half of the 5th. So now the lefty Caleb Johnson steps in, singled back in the first, walked in the third, then stole second. The throw went in the center field. He advanced off to third off of that, and then Braden Pelkey drove him in with a single. Now Jocksheimer at first. First pitch to Johnson is outside for ball 1. Now we're going to have a meeting on the mound and see if Roper stays in this ball game, as there is a little action over there in the Gainesville bullpen. He will stay in the ball game. I'm trying to see who that pitcher down there for Gainesville is. Gainesville in the all-red unis in this first game with a yellow stripe down the middle. So Caleb Johnson steps back in. Fire over to first in the pickoff attempt is not in time to get Jocksheimer. Pitch to Johnson is inside for ball 2. Johnson takes that one high for ball 3. That one's in there for a called strike. Brady Moore is in the bullpen currently for the Gainesville Gol'diggers. 3-2 pitch, fouled back. Full count. Jocksheimer over at first. Gainesville with a 5-2 lead as we're in the home half of the 5th. Monsters took an early 1-0 lead in the bottom of the first. Full count pitch to Johnson. He takes it low for ball 4.
That's a critical walk right there. And it still keeps no outs. Now you've got first and second, and a good chance for the Monsters to generate here.
Really expected the Gainesville manager to come out of the dugout after that one, but he's staying in it as Moore still warming up in the Gainesville bullpen as Braden Pelkey steps up to the plate. Struck out swinging in the first and drove in Caleb Johnson, an RBI single back in the third.
It'll be interesting, Noah, too, to see how aggressive the Monsters get at this point. As we mentioned, it's only a 7-inning game. We're in the 5th. You've got first and second, no outs. We'll see what Johnny Eaton has up his sleeve.
First pitch to Pelkey, swung on and missed for strike 1. Jocksheimer at second, Johnson at first. Pitch to Pelkey. In there for a called strike 2.
Well, I can tell you, you don't want to leave the bat on your shoulder in this situation.
Have to be aggressive here if you're Braden Pelkey. The 0-2. Swung on, and this one's slicing foul toward Columbus Live. He'll remain 0-2. The 0-2 to Pelkey. Swung on, this one popped up in the infield. Murphy gets underneath it, makes the catch on the first base line for out number 1.
Number 17, the designated hitter, Brandon Davis.
So now Brandon Davis steps in, 2 walks in the ball game so far. Roper sets, eyes Yoxheimer at second, now delivers. First pitch is fouled back for strike 1. The 0-1 pitch to Davis is taken high for ball 1. Tying run at the plate for the Chattahoochee Monsters, down 5-2 here in the home half of the 5th. Gainesville scored 3 in the 4th, and the runners are going on a double steal. The fire down the 3rd is in time for... No, he's safe. He got under the tag. They called him safe. Yoxheimer gets under the tag and gets into third base. And Johnson advances to second. And the double steal is successful for the Chattahoochee Monsters.
Now, we had a great look at that one, Noah, here on the third base camera. And I'll tell you what, he got in under the tag as that tag was coming back. Nice slide to the outfield side of the bag by Yoxheimer.
And the Gainesville manager comes out and has a word with the third base umpire. Throw was in time, but good slide there by Yoxheimer to get underneath the tag. And now 2 runners scoring position for the Monsters with 1 down. 2-1 count to Brandon Davis. The set and the pitch by Roper. Swung on a chop towards second. Coming home to score is Yoxheimer. The throw over to first by Rose is in time to get Stanford. Now throw over to third. Quickly getting back into third base is Caleb Johnson. So now 5-3 as Yoxheimer is safe at home and scores. Davis retired 4-3. So they'll bring up Zion Morris with 2 down and a runner on third. Morris struck out twice so far this afternoon. First pitch to him. Check swing was in strike zone anyway. And a quick throw down to third, barely back in safely, is Caleb Johnson. And they're really trying to keep his attention, as that's 2 times he's almost been put out at third base. Frankly, not paying 100% attention to what's going on. Now, Coach Johnny Eaton had a little bit of a chat with Zion Morris here. Zion now steps back in. Roper is set. And the pitch to Zion Morris is swung on and driven hard to left field. Coming over to get underneath it. Is going to land in miscommunication by the Gainesville outfield. Is going to land it for a base hit. Morris going to second. The head first slide. He's safely into second base with an RBI double as Johnson comes home to score. Some miscommunication out there by Tracy Mitchum and Brandon Prince. Landed right in the middle of the 2 of them. And the Monsters catch a break. Now it's 5-4.
Well, and again, I mean, just because you get the break, hey, if you don't take advantage of it, but the Monsters do. They plate the run here and doing some damage with 2 outs, and that's what they need to do. They have been able to take advantage of the guys they've gotten on
And that will be the end of the day for Kyle Roper. So Gainesville will have a new pitcher come in. Looks to be number 17, if I'm not mistaken. And if it is, that will be Maddox Thornton.
That is indeed Maddox Thornton from Grand Canyon University, the junior in Grand Canyon. That's out in Phoenix, GCU. This year he's 5-1 with a 2.48 ERA, 13 appearances, 25 1/3 innings pitched, 29 strikeouts to just 4 walks. So Thornton is a guy who gets a lot of swings and misses, that's for sure. So a challenging pitcher to hit off of, and as we mentioned before, the Gol'diggers have the luxury of not playing again until Friday. They know they're finishing first or second. If somehow they end up losing both games today, they'll be the 2 seed. But if they win either one of this doubleheader with the Monsters, either this game 1 or the upcoming game 2, then they're the 1 seed. But either way, the Hoots and the Gol'diggers do not play again until Friday. Now, meanwhile, the Monsters play 2 today, and then we'll have another game tomorrow. Also, for the Monsters, depending on where they finish, they could finish 3rd, 4th, or 5th on how this goes, whether it's a sweep either way or a split. And so for the Monsters, they could host tomorrow night, but they might also have to be on the road tomorrow night. So just a lot at stake, Noah. It's crazy to come into the last day of the regular season of the Sun Belt League and still have so much on the line for all the teams.
Yeah, no, definitely. Chattahoochee's not making it easy on Gainesville to try to clinch that 1 seed, that's for sure. Now, they need to take advantage, again, with the offense, finally showing something after kind of scratching across a couple runs in the first and the third, but really coming to their own, took advantage of Kyle Roper's accuracy and control wavering a little bit. Maddox Thornton steps in. And with a base hit to the outfield by Justin Velos, the Monsters might have this game tied up at 5. Velos struck out looking to end the first and reached on a single in the 4th. Zion Morris at second. The tying run. Maddox Thornton into the ball game, and this first pitch is swung on and missed. I believe he caught a piece of it for a foul tip for strike 1, so Morris can't advance as the ball goes to the backstop. Thornton eyes Morris second. Now the 0-1 to Velos. This one's chopped towards second. Rose gets it, spins around, fires to first to Stanford in time for out number 3. So the putout is 4-3 on Velos. Monsters scored 2 on 1 hit, that double by Zion Morris. And so we head to the 6th inning with a 5-4 game. It's Gainesville 5, Chattahoochee 4. This is Chattahoochee Monsters baseball.
We are proud to present Chattahoochee Distillery as the official distiller of Golden Park. Their award-winning small batch spirits give a taste of the South with every sip. Snag your Chattahoochee beverages on Golden Park Concourse, however, Columbus Live located just outside right field. now pitching for our Monsters, number 3, Justin Goulos.
Welcome back to the ball game. We head to the 6th inning live from historic Golden Park. In a 5-4 ball game, the lead for the Gainesville Gol'diggers is 1, as Justin Velos is into the ball game now to pitch, moving in from right field to the pitcher's mound. The lefty sets. Cameron Guidry, the first batter to come to the plate for Gainesville, and the first pitch is in there for a called strike 1. Velos with an 0-1 record this season. ERA 4.86 as that pitch is low and inside for ball 1. It's been 8 games so far. Pitched 16 2/3, 13 strikeouts to 11 walks. 1-1 pitch. Guidry hits this one to left field. Is going to land in for a base hit. Leadoff single for Cameron Guidry, reaching for the second time today.
Catcher number 34, Logan Murphy.
So now Logan Murphy steps in, struck out swinging to end the second, and had a sac bunt back in the 4th.
Velos also has a couple of saves on his record, and, looking at a pitcher like Velos, he's very versatile. Obviously plays a lot of the field. They like to have his bat in the lineup, but, boy, it doesn't hurt at all that this guy can come in and give you a couple innings.
First pitch to Murphy is chopped foul for strike 1. So in his place in right field is Tanner Martin. He was in the 9 holes an extra hitter. He's now in the field as the right fielder. As Guidry over at first with a fairly short lead. 0-1 count against Logan Murphy. Pickoff move over to first by Velos to keep the runner honest. One count to Murphy. Velos fires, showing bunt is Murphy. He pulls it back, and the pitch is inside for ball 1. Pickoff move again by Velos to first, and Guidry back in safely. Pitch to Murphy. 1-1 pitch is high and outside for ball 2. The 1-1 from Velos is low for ball 3, excuse me.
I don't mind when a pitcher makes sure the runner stays close, but you can't get so preoccupied you begin to lose the zone a little bit and deliver home. I know some guys try to speed up that delivery a little bit.
That one hit him.
Sure did.
Murphy gets plunked on the left leg. And now the first 2 hitters for the Gainesville Gol'diggers have reached with nobody out.
And I don't think I need to underscore it, but it bears repeating. for the Chattahoochee Monsters, and I mean for the Gol'diggers as well, but we're a Monsters broadcast, the importance of getting at least one game under your belt, trying to finish as high as you can in the standings, but that boils down to these little battles, Noah, within the game, and right now this is one of them.
Yeah, no, it definitely is. Just Velos needs to start finding the zone, and, there's a bunt there down by the third base line. It's going to roll foul. Smart play by Noah Jones to let it roll foul. And be strike one against Zachary Zara. Zara 1 for 2 with a strikeout and a single. A 1 count to Zara. Velos, the lefty. Set. Murphy at first, Guidry at second. Now he fakes a pickoff move back to second base to get Guidry to go back to second and perhaps shorten his lead a little bit. Oh, 1 puts the bunt down, does Zara, but it's foul. And now 0-2. And I doubt he'll bunt with 2 strikes. Oh, 0-2 count to Zachary Zara. Velos sets. And a fake pickoff move back to second base again.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a quick Major League update. Ozzie Albies just hit a 3-run home run to put the Braves ahead 4-2 with the Brewers in the top half of the 8th inning.
And now the Gainesville manager going up to the home plate umpire to give him a word. Now the home plate umpire and the umpire is going to have a meeting to the left of the pitcher's mound. Not quite sure what this is about.
I think they want to discuss the potential for a balk call, I believe, on Velos. And you get this anytime. So for a pitcher to not commit a balk, once you come set, you must break the set before you turn towards a base to fake a throw or make a throw. And so if the debate is whether or not Velos broke the set, you can ask the other umpires on that. And if he did not break the set, if he went into this throwing motion without breaking his hands, then it's a balk. But if he's not set, if he doesn't come set, the hands aren't together, then he can go to any base.
So after that discussion, nothing was changed. Still an 0-2 count to Zara. Showing bunt, pitch was low for ball 1.
Well, no,
they
struck him
called
out.
strike 3. Called it strike 3, and Gainesville was chirping over there, as you can hear.
Yeah, they were upset with that one, but that's going to be the first out. That's the danger trying to go for the bunt on that third strike, Noah.
Yeah, I thought he pulled it back in time, but apparently he didn't, unless it was in the zone. But, yeah, it's called strike 3.
And even if he fouls the ball away, and that's why it's so difficult to try to bunt with 2 strikes, even if he fouls it away, well, guess what?
You're out,
Yeah, you're committing the out there. So I will say this, though. Gainesville believes in its hitters enough to let them continue to try to execute, even with 2 strikes.
So after that, that will bring up Theo Bryant, who is 0 for 1, has a walk in the third and popped out to second base in the fourth.
That's a huge out, though, because now double play gets you out of the inning.
Absolutely. First pitch to Bryant. In there for a call, strike 1. Murphy at first, Guidry at second, 1 down here in the top of the 6th. Gainesville up 5-4. Velo sets and the pitch. Runner going from second base to third. He fouls it back, however. make it an 0-2 count. Now, Hasty will trot out and have a little bit of a discussion with Velos.
Up right now in the Monsters' pen and just easily throwing, nothing hyper yet, but Colton Dempsey, the left-hander, is starting to get loose out there.
Velos set on the 0-2. Winds and fires. High and inside for ball 1 to Bryant.
And again, the pace of the game has slowed down quite a bit here, Noah. Monsters just trying to grind it.
It wasn't particularly quick to begin with, but Monsters maybe trying to, as they say, ice the kicker a little bit on the mound. In this case, ice the batter. Pitch from Velos came inside, and I thought it may have hit Bryant, but it doesn't. It gets past Hasty back to the backstop, so a free 90 feet for Logan Murphy and Cameron Guidry. That is not what you want in this situation. Takes the double play away.
Yeah, you just can't hand 90 feet, especially when you're trying to stay within a run here against the number 1 team in the league.
The pitch from Velos, high and outside for ball 3. And now time called. Seen that a few times today. Murphy at second, Guidry at third. Bryant at the plate trying to increase the Gainesville lead. A 3-2 pitch. Swung on and missed for strike 3. So Velos with his second strikeout of the inning. Back-to-back for Justin Velos. That'll bring back Brandon Prince at the top of the order for the Gainesville Gol'diggers, who is 0 for 3 so far today. Grounded to short, and he's flown out to center field and left field. Velos one more out away from getting out of this jam. First pitch to Prince is outside for ball 1. Pitch to Prince, chopped back to second base. Going to be a tough play over there. Fire over the first is in time. Pelkey scooped it up, had the foot on the bag, and a clutch out there by Brandon Pelkey. A clutch stretch to get the ball on the throw by Parkerson. And that's the third out of the inning. So the Gainesville Gol'diggers leave runners at second and third. They still lead by 1 as we head to the home half of the 6th. This is Chattahoochee Monsters baseball. Welcome back to the ball game. We had the home half of the sixth with the Gainesville Gol'diggers up 5-4 on the Chattahoochee Monsters. Maddox Thornton still in the ball game on the mound for the Gainesville Gol'diggers. Luke Hasty due up, as well as Tanner Morton and Noah Jones here in the bottom of the sixth. Hasty flew out to left field in the second, put down a sac bunt in the fourth. And now Thornton sets and fires. First pitch to Hasty is low for ball one. One-0 pitch, chopped towards short. Roddy collects it, fires over to first to Stanford in the stretch and the catch for the out. Good stretch over there by Stanford at first to retire Luke Hasty for the first out of the home half of the sixth. So now Tanner Martin steps in, 0 for 2 so far today. Fly out to left field in the second and a ground out to third in the fourth inning. Started out as the extra hitter. He's now in right field defensively with Justin Vilos moving in from right field to pitch last inning. First pitch by Thornton. This one slapped high into foul ground over the first base line. And it's going to slice out of play and land right in front of Columbus Live. Important finish to this one for playoff implications. If Gainesville wins just one of the two in the doubleheader today, they clinch the 1 seed and home field advantage throughout the playoffs. That pitch is outside for ball one. One count to Tanner Martin. Thornton winds and fires, and a swing and a miss by Martin for strike two. Thornton set at the belt, and the 1-2 pitch inside for ball two. Pitch and a chopper towards third, but foul. As Zara collects it, fires it back to the pitcher Thornton. Remains 2-2.
No, Major League Baseball out-of-town scoreboard right now. The Braves have pulled back in front of the Brewers 4-2. That's in the top of the ninth inning.
Had no doubt. 2-2 to Tanner Martin. Swung on chop foul again over to the Gainesville dugout. They'll stay on top of it. 2-2 count. It remains to Tanner Martin.
How about this? The Guardians and Phillies went to extras tied at 4. And the Phillies put up 4 more in the top of the 10th. So it's 8-4, middle of the 10th.
2-2 pitch again, fouled back by Martin.
White Sox 3-0 up on the Twins, top 9. Top 8, Cubs 7-1 over the Cardinals. 8-4, Rangers lead the Dodgers, bottom of the 7th inning. 1-0 Athletics over the Astros, middle of the second. 1-1 Pirates Angels, middle of the second inning. And Jays and Mariners scoreless, middle of the second as well.
2-2 pitch again. This one's chopped towards third and again foul. A carbon copy of the same pitch and hit 2 pitches ago.
Sunday Night Baseball will be Mets and Red Sox finals. Tigers 3-1 over the Padres. 6-1 Nationals over the Giants. 8-5 Yankees beat the Royals. Reds 7-3 over the Diamondbacks. 5-3 Orioles over the Rays. And 3-2 Marlins over the Rockies.
And the pitch fouled again. Morton remains alive. Still 2-2.
Get some fresh baseballs out there. It's still a gorgeous day out here. It's warm. It's sunny. We've had occasional cloud cover to keep it from getting ridiculously hot today. It's been a real nice day for baseball. The last Sunday doubleheader of the season here on the last day of the regular season.
Warren pops this one into shallow right field. Underneath it is Stanford. Now coming over to make the grab behind Stanford is the right fielder, Theo Bryant. And that'll be the second out of the home half of the 6th. So that will bring up Noah Jones, who is 0 for 1. Popped out to center in the 2nd and then walked in the 4th. Maddox Thornton with a chance for 1-2-3, 6th inning. First pitch to Noah Jones is swung on and missed for strike 1. Oh, 1 pitch to Jones, swung on and missed again for strike 2.
Boy, you really had him reaching for that one, didn't he?
Yep.
Chasing after that breaking pitch.
Looks like it's going to go right toward the middle of the zone. At the last second, the bottom falls out of it into the dirt. Easy to chase. 0-2 pitch. That one's in the dirt, but Jones doesn't offer at it. Now 1-2.
Took him a couple of times around, but he learned his lesson.
Yep. The 1-2 to Jones. Swung on and slicing foul and looping into foul ground, and it's going to land just in play, but on the outfield dirt, and it will remain 1-2 as Noah Jones trots back to the plate. Thornton sets and fires to Jones, and that one is a ball just low and outside. The Gainesville Gol'diggers infield took one step toward the dugout, then had to retreat back to their positions. Now 2-2. Thornton set, fires on the 2-2. Swung on a chop towards second to Rose. He collects it, fires over to first to Stanford, and a 1-2-3 inning for Maddox Thornton and the Gainesville Gol'diggers. So we head to the 7th inning, the final inning. Gainesville 5, Monsters 4. You're listening to Chattahoochee Monsters Baseball.
Pitching for the Chattahoochee Monsters, number 27, Gol'diggers.
Welcome back to historic Golden Park. We had the 7th inning with the Monsters trailing 5-4. New pitcher into the ball game for the Monsters, and Tom's here to tell you about him.
Thanks, Noah. As we get ready here, the Monsters will bring in number 27, Colton Dempsey. And Dempsey, a sophomore from Wallace State Community College. He's a Salem, Alabama native. 2-3 record on the year. Also has a save to his credit. 3.85 ERA in 7 appearances. 2 of those were starts. 23 and a third innings pitched on the year. 28 strikeouts to just 5 walks. So a nice strikeout to walk ratio for Dempsey as he comes in here, and it's his job to hold the fort.
First up for the Gainesville Gol'diggers is Bryce Roddy. Swings the first pitch, chops it to second. Throw over to first to Pelkey in time. Brooks Parkerson with a nice charge and a fire over to first, and quickly one down for the Monsters. That will bring up Matt Rose next up for the Gol'diggers. He's 2 for 3 with 2 singles. Came around and scored after a single in the 5th inning.
Well, you got to love the 1 pitch, 1 out. Absolutely.
Have not had many of those so far this afternoon. Dempsey sets and fires the first pitch to Rose, which is low for ball 1.
A reminder, because this is a doubleheader today, both games are 7 innings, so this is the final kick at the can here for both.
1-0 pitch, slight foul down the third base line by about a couple inches, so it's 1-1. Chattahoochee fortunate that ball didn't stay fair. Would have been trouble, probably extra bases for Matt Rose.
No, let's give credit where credit's due, though. The Monsters have really been at it back and forth here. They were down to 1.52 in this game. They made it 5-4. And if they can get through this inning without giving up another run, they have an absolute puncher's chance here.
And they definitely haven't played their best game of the season. Far from it, really, but got to give it to them for hanging in there, that's for sure. 1-1 pitch in there for a called strike 2.
That's a crazy thing about baseball, though. I mean, give you a couple of breaks here and there. The baseball gods giveth and they taketh away, but it's up to you to cash in.
1-2 to Rose. The pitch from Dempsey. Swung on a softly hit towards right. It's going to land in for a base hit. So Matt Rose goes opposite field for a single over to right field. And now Gainesville with a runner aboard and 1 down.
Now batting the extra hitter, number 16, Cale Strickland.
Strickland struck out looking in the second, reached on an error in the 4th, and came around to score, and then singled in the 5th. Rose now 3 for 4 after that base hit. 3 singles in the ballgame. No, Strickland steps in. Dempsey eyes to first base, now fires home, and it's outside for ball 1. Love to see a ground ball in this situation if you're Dempsey. The 1-0. Swung on a chop back up the middle. He's going to get through the hole for a base hit. Rounding second, heading to third is Rose. The fire to third is high, not in time. And so Rose goes first to third on the single by Cale Strickland. Now runners at the corners for Gainesville with 1 down.
That's just being aggressive right there. And that's exactly how Gainesville gets that extra run that always seems to make the difference for them.
Dempsey got the chopper that he wanted, just unlucky that it went right up the middle over second base and into the center field, shallow center field.
Yeah, no sooner had you said, Noah, hey, he'd like a ground ball. He got one, but it just had eyes.
So now Riley Stanford steps in. 2 singles and a walk on the day for him so far. Dempsey sets and fires. First pitch to Stanford is low for ball 1.
And now they're going to put him on.
Yep, and with that, they're just going to intentionally walk him, point him down to first base.
So the Hoots issue the intentional pass to load the bases. They get a force at any base now, which could help them either with an inning-ending double play or, of course,
now,
at the very least, to come home.
A pinch runner coming in for Cale Strickland over at second base.
And that is going to be number 1
for Gainesville.
And that is Brady McDevitt coming in at Chipola College, where he's a sophomore out of Marietta, Georgia.
So Tracy Mitchum steps in with the bases loaded. He's 1 for 2 so far this afternoon, also has a walk. Doubled in the 4th inning, came around and scored and flew out to right field. And now going to be a little discussion between the Gainesville manager and the home plate umpire, just probably about substitutions and the lineup and the roster make sure he got that pinch runner written down. So McDevitt will take second base. Rose is at third. Stanford is at first. One down to Colton Dempsey, and the Monsters trying to hold down the fort and keep this deficit at 1 run. Dempsey sets. The lefty Tracy Mitchum stepping in. The lefty-on-lefty matchup, and the first pitch to him is inside for ball 1. All three runners with fairly short leads, 1-0 count, and the pitch from Dempsey. Swung on a hit high to left field, still going back, and now getting underneath it is Zion Morris. He'll make the grab in front of the warning track. Rose will tag. Coming home, he'll get in there safely. The throw to third is in time, and they got McDevitt going from second to third. So the run does not, I'm getting that the run does not count by the home plate umpire looking up here. He's waving off the run. It does count. Okay, so the run does. And now the home plate umpire is waving off the run, saying it doesn't count. So the run does not count as a throw to third is in time to get McDevitt. Good throw there by Zion Morris out of left field. And so the Monsters get out of it, and still only a 1-run game as we head to the bottom of the 7th. Last time up for the Monsters, 1 to tie, 2 to win. You're listening to Chattahoochee Monsters Baseball. Welcome back to the ball game. Bottom of the 7th inning, the final chance for the Chattahoochee Monsters, down 1 as we head to the bottom of the 7th. Top of the order coming up, Brooks Parkerson will lead things off, followed by Jack Schock-Steinberg and Caleb Johnson. Parkerson on the day, 1 for 3 with a single in the first. He came around and scored. Was put out 1-3 in the third, and the third inning was put out on a fielder's choice in the 4th. Thornton still in the ball game for the Gainesville Gol'diggers. He's on the mound. First pitch to Parkerson is in there for a call, strike 1. It all comes down to this in the bottom of the 7th. Monsters with 1 run can tie and with 2 can win. Next pitch to Parkerson is in there for call, strike 2.
Well, and right now for the Monsters, Noah, it's just about get the runner on, get the first guy up there, then try to work it around.
And on the flip side, Gainesville 3 outs away from the 1 seed. 0-2 pitch fouled into the netting by the first base dugout, remains 0-2.
That they are. If they get a split here today, and this is game 1 of the doubleheader in the final inning here in the bottom of the 7th for the Monsters. But if they get it, well, they have wrapped up that 1 seed and home field all the way through the playoffs.
Thornton sets and the pitch. Low in the dirt for ball 2. That pitch is flared to right field. Underneath it to make the grab is Theo Bryant. And so Parkerson flies out the right field for the first out of the inning.
Now batting number 39, center fielder Jack
So that'll bring up Jax Jocksteimer. Singled back in the first, was training on third. Ran out to first base in the third and walked in the fifth and came around and scored. First pitch to Jocksteimer. In there for call strike one. Chattahoochee Monsters down to the final 2 outs. Try to come back in this ball game with a sweep. Would claim the 3 seed in the playoffs, so that pitch is low for ball 1. And with the sweep, would put Columbus Chattahoochee in their first place. Pitch to Jocksteimer, swung on a miss for strike 2. But they've got to get a runner on and get something going if they want to do that. One and 2 count to Jocksteimer. The wind and the pitch from Thornton is low in the dirt for ball 2.
Think of patience by Jocksteimer right now. And try to do what you can to get yourself on base.
2-2 from Thornton. Swung on by Jocksteimer, just foul down the left field line. Will remain 2-2.
And again, a reminder, Game 2 will start approximately 25 minutes or so after the end of Game 1. And we will leave the YouTube stream going, so you can stay here, leave it running, and we will be back with the start of the second half of the contest.
2-2 pitch. Jocksteimer fouls this one again to the left side. Stays alive. Still even count at 2-2. Two in the pitch. Jocksteimer, same thing. Foul ball over to the left side over the third base dugout. If he can get on base, hitter behind him, Caleb Johnson, has reached every time he's come to the plate today, and he's also scored twice. So big at bat here. 2-2 pitch. Jocksteimer takes that one low for ball 3.
Good eye.
So Jocksteimer's set. And a full count. And the pitch. Swung on and fouled straight back into the screen. Remains 3-2. Another 3-2 and the pitch. Swung on a hit towards left field and just over the glove of a leaping Bryce Roddy at shortstop. And he gets in the left field for a base hit. Tying run is aboard. Leading run and winning run comes to the plate. So Jocksteimer with the second base hit of the ball game. And Caleb Johnson now comes up. Has a single and 2 walks. No action in the Gainesville bullpen as Caleb Johnson stands in the left-handed batter's box. First pitch to him is chopped towards first base, but foul as it rolls into the grass in front of the Chattahoochee Monsters dugout. And it's 0-1. Pickoff move to first by Thornton is not in time. Wouldn't think Jocksteimer will be running in this situation. However, to try to avoid a double play, you might think Monsters might be aggressive. That pitch is swung on a hit towards right field, is going to get in for a base hit. Jocksteimer will stay at second. Johnson with his second single of the ball game. He's now reached all 4 times he's come to the plate today. And now runners at first and second with a winning run at first base.
Boy, you got to love it right now, Noah. A little bottom of the 7th do-or-die rally here for the Monsters.
Had the same thing last night with the Chattahoochee, and now we're going to have a meeting on the mound with the manager of the Gainesville Gol'diggers and Maddox Thornton, and the whole infield is going to come up and surround them.
Well, at this point, I mean, you go out there and you just kind of remind the guys, hey, This is what we need to do. This is how we need to do it. And, I mean, not a whole heck of a lot of time spent out there. Just kind of the reminder, all right, well, we could still get out of this one and do our jobs and, get that first place clinched here, which the Gol'diggers would do with a win. Now, if the Monsters rally and win this one here, they're able to walk it off in the bottom of the 7th, well, things will get interesting for Game 2.
Thornton set. Pelkey at the plate. First pitch to him. Taken in there for a called strike 1. Pelkey 1 for 3 so far today. Struck out in the first, singled in the third, and popped out to the catcher in the 5th. Thornton's 0-1 pitch. Check swing. Did he go? He did not go, so it's ball 1. Peeled down the first plate umpire, Samuel Barrett, waving the wings. So 1-1 count to Pelkey. Thornton winds and fires. Pitches inside for ball 2.
Boy, every pitch magnified right now, and you know it. And this is actually a little bit of a playoff precursor right here. This is the kind of pressure you're going to face in the postseason. Both these teams are in. Just where?
Pelkey slaps this one to the shortstop. Throw over to second for 1. No play over at first. And they're going to call him out at second base. A little bit of a plea over there at second base by Caleb Johnson that Rose dropped the ball. He did, but I believe it was on the transfer from his glove to his hand.
Yeah,
so 2 down.
That's what the call is going to be. It was dropped on the transfer, Noah.
So 2 down, runners at the corners as Pelkey reaches on the fielder's choice. Brandon Davis now up. 2 walks and a ground out to second so far today at the plate for him. Tying run 90 feet away, winning run over at first base. And we have a mound visit between the catcher Logan Murphy and Maddox Thornton.
We have a pinch runner over at first base, Noah, and that's number 34 for the Chattahoochee Monsters. And I'm tracking it down right now. I don't see a 34 on my right. Oh, there it is, Jonathan Williams.
All right.
Yep, there we go.
He would be the winning run on a hit to the gap in the outfield. First pitch to Brandon Davis is low and inside for ball 1.
And with 2 outs, you know they're going on contact. So if you get a fast runner over there, and it's a deep enough, even on a single, you can get that runner to score from first.
Runner going, no throw down at all down to second base by Logan Murphy. Gainesville sort of just surrendered that stolen base, didn't want to risk the throw down to second and then the runner from third, Jochstheimer, coming home.
Yeah, you don't want to give up the tying run because you rifle the ball into the outfield.
So now 2-0 to Brandon Davis, and he calls time. And they're going to intentionally walk him.
Yeah, they'll put him on.
So here's your ball game right here. 2 down in the bottom of the 7th. Monsters down 1. Bases are loaded for Zion Morris, who hit a double his last time up. Struck out the 2 times before that. Tying run at third, which is Jochstheimer. And Williams at second would be the winning run. Thornton is set. Winds and he fires. Morris takes the first pitch in there for strike 1.
I don't think you could ask for more drama on the final day of the season than to be here in the bottom of the 7th with this situation.
Thornton set the belt. And the 0-1 pitch to Morris. Taken in there for a called strike 2.
Oof.
Two clutch pitches there by Thornton.
If I'm Thornton right now, I do that same pitch just a little further outside, try to get it to break away from the right-hand hitter.
The 0-2 to Morris. High and outside, ball 1.
Try to get him to chase.
The 0-2 to Morris. Swung on a chop towards short. Throw over to first to try to get him. He is safe at first base, and Yocksteimer scores the tying run. And coming home is Williams. He slides in. He's safe, and the Monsters win it! Holy cow, Chattahoochee pulls it off. Morris beat the throw to first, which scored Yocksteimer, while Stanford was talking to the first place umpire, Samuel Barrett. Williams caught him napping, came home to score. The throw to home was not in time. Slid under the tag head first, and the Monsters win Game 1 6-5.
No, that's an unbelievable finish and an uncharacteristic mistake by the Gol'diggers, arguing
They're
the out at
pleading,
first.
yes.
And there's nothing to plead here. The call was safe at first. The runner was safe, and then they decided to argue for the out. And instead,
caught him napping.
You score coming around. That's unbelievable, and that's a mental mistake. What a finish for the Monsters!
Time was never called over there as Stanford caught the ball on the throw by the shortstop Roddy. After Zion Morse was called safe, Stanford turned around to talk to the umpire. Time was never called, so Williams just ran home and he slid in safely under the tag. Had first, got the left hand on the plate. And so the Chattahoochee Monsters win in a wild finish, 6-5. Tom, can you put that into words?
You know what? Well, yes. First of all, that is a gutsy win by the Monsters because they hung tough against the best team in this league, and now they have earned themselves a split, and at least in this series. And don't forget, folks, as we mentioned before, we have coming up here a little bit later, Game 2, in about 20 to 25 minutes from now. But that's an emotional win. That is when the Monsters can carry the momentum into Game 2. Noah, they have everything going for them right now. And this is a team that, if they win this next game, finishes third, and they help their park mates, the Chattahoots, to a first-place finish. So, man, emotions are high. What a rally, and that is the kind of win you build on going into the playoffs.
I'll tell you what, if you told me we're going to have a 3-hour, 7-inning game, that's what I expect. That was a great ball game. Gutsy win for the Monsters, and with one more win, they will clinch the 3 seed. And Gainesville now, with their backs against the wall, have to win this one. The second game of the doubleheader, they want to have the 1 seed at home field advantage throughout the playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. But right now, I mean, this is everything you could ask for, Noah, in a Game 1. So we've got probably 25 minutes between games right now. Just an outstanding finish.
So Monsters win Game 1 in walk-off fashion. One of the weirdest and wildest finishes you'll see, especially in the Sunbelt League, 6-5. So me and Tom will be back in approximately about 20 minutes for Game 2 of this doubleheader. We thank you for listening to Game 1. Stick around. Game 2 underway in about 20 minutes. This is Chattahoochee Monsters Baseball.
Bryce Roddy. Batting third, number 6, Matt Rose. Batting fourth, number 16, Kale Strickland. Batting fifth, number 18, Riley Sanford. Batting sixth, number 35, Tracy Mitchell. Batting seventh, number 5, Cameron Guidry. Batting eighth, number 14, Kane Jinks. Batting ninth, number 1, Brady McDevitt. Batting 10th, number 20, Zachary Zara. And pitching, number 32, Jonah Walker. Starting lineup for the Monsters. Number 16, playing third base, Brooks Parkerson. Batting second, the center fielder, number 39, Jack Jobsteimer. Batting third, number 36, the shortstop, Caleb Johnson. Batting fourth, the cleanup hitter, number 7, playing first, Brayden Pelkey. Batting fifth, number 17, second base, Brandon Davis. Batting sixth, the catcher, number 25, Jay Kehoe. Batting seventh, the hero from last game, number 22, the left fielder, Zion Morris. Batting eighth, number 3, the right fielder, Justin Boulos. Batting ninth, number 34, the designated hitter, Jonathan Williams. Batting 10th, the extra hitter, number 8, to call him as a not name. And pitching for your Chattahoochee Monsters, number 45, Logan Willis.
And welcome back. We are ready to go for game two. Tom Callahan here with you as we're getting set to kick things off here. And we are looking for the first pitch coming in here. And the starter for your Chattahoochee Monsters. On the bump here is Logan Willis. Willis out of LaGrange College. He's a senior left-hander. His first pitch in there swung on, grounded up towards short. Throw across the diamond, gets away. And the runner's going to advance to second base right away on that E6. So Brandon Prince, the center fielder who leads it off here, a two-base error, swinging on the first pitch.
Now batting number 4,
Willis, no record on the year, no saves, 2.25 ERA in 3 games, 4 innings pitched, 2 strikeouts, 4 walks. If you're just joining us, the Monsters walked it off in the bottom of the 7th in the first half of the doubleheader here. There's a pitch in there for a strike to start things off to Roddy. But that was a huge, huge win for the Monsters because now they have a shot at 4th place. I misspoke earlier in the first game of the doubleheader. They cannot get 3rd. That is sewn up by Brookhaven. They could get 4th. They might finish 5th. It really depends on the tie break here. If they do finish in a tie, the Chattahoochee Monsters, with the Atlanta Crackers, which they would do if they win again, then the Monsters win the head-to-head tiebreak with the Crackers. They would be the 4 seed. They would host tomorrow night to open the wild card round. Pitch on the way, a ball that squirts away from the catcher, but not far enough to encourage Prince to try to move up. Boy, what an ending to the first game. As I mentioned, they walked it off in the bottom of the 7th. Unconventional fashion for the Monsters, but what happened was it just really an unusual mental error for the Gainesville Gol'diggers. And the manager, Micah Owings, understandably upset. There was a call at first base. It was a close call, but I think it was the right call. They called the runner safe. Instead of trying to get the ball back into the pitcher or even being a little more observant what was going on, they end up arguing with the first base umpire over the call. And in the meantime, the Monsters went from scoring the tying run to running around and scoring the winning run. So the Gol'diggers kind of did themselves in game 1. 1-2 the count on Roddy, who is playing short in this game 2 for the Gol'diggers. He will swing at a curveball, ground ball up past the second baseman Davis, out into the field, and the Gol'diggers will immediately plate the first run, trying to stretch into a double. He is safe. Roddy in there at second with the head first slide. He's got an RBI to his credit, and already 1-0. The Gol'diggers. Well, you don't think that this team's a little angry from the way the first game went? You can bet your sweet bippy they're going to come out after the Chattahoochee Monsters with a special kind of anger here. But the Monsters, really good. And you know what? I really was pretty excited about how the Monsters handled themselves in that first game. There was a pretty nice maturity there. There's a pitch in the outside corner. Rose steps in. Matt Rose playing second base, batting third here in this game for the Gol'diggers. Swing and a miss there for strike 2. So it's an 0-2 lead in the count here for Willis. Rose steps back into the box. Runner on second is Roddy. He's got an RBI double here as that first pitch, or that pitch misses for the first ball outside. He'll put a foot outside the box and now step back in. Pitch on the way, and that one stays high for a ball. That was close, but no cigar there. Two on the way for the left-hander. Willis, swing and a miss. Strike 3 for a Southern Mosquito Control strikeout. And the first out of the inning finally put up on the board for the Chattahoochee Monsters. It's already 1-0 Gol'diggers here. That's going to bring up the catcher, Cale Strickland. Willis looks in for the sign. He will come to the plate and gets the outside corner there for strike 1 to get ahead in the count. Bryce Roddy, the runner on second. Pitch on the way, and that one just misses high for ball one. 1-1 the count. Game 2 of the doubleheader here. A really, really exciting end to the first game. A walk-off win for the Chattahoochee Monsters. That pitch misses ball two. Jonah Wachter will get the nod when we see him in the bottom of the first inning. Breaking ball in there for a strike. 2-2 to Strickland. Pitch on the way. And there's a ground ball up to second. Davis up with it. Throw to first. That's the second out as the runner advances over to third on the ground out, 4-3.
Now batting number 18, Riley Stanford.
And now the first baseman, Riley Stanford, will come to the plate. And a look at strike one. Plenty of sunshine out here at historic Golden Park for Game 2 of the doubleheader. That one misses outside. Count goes to 1-1. Do have a bit of a breeze blowing out towards left center field. Willis with the pitch. That one is swung on. A high fly ball lifted towards center. And Yoxtheimer cuts in front of Elos to make the catch. And that will end the inning. But one run for the Gol'diggers on one hit. They do leave a man on base to the home half of the first inning we go. And right now it is a 1-0 lead for Gainesville. Now again, the implications in this game are the Monsters, if they win this game, would end up as the 4 seed and would host a playoff game tomorrow night here in the wild card round. Right now, the other thing that can help is that if the Gol'diggers lose to the Monsters, then the Columbus Chattahoochee would be the number 1 overall seed in the Sun Belt League. So there's a lot on the line here in Game 2. Stay tuned, more coming your way. This is Monsters Baseball. So let's get to the home half of the first inning. Monsters coming off a dramatic walk-off winning Game 1. What kind of momentum are they going to carry? What kind of emotion?
Number 16, Brooks Parkerson.
We're going to find out here. Brooks Parkerson leading it off, playing third base here in Game 2. He'll be followed by the center fielder Jax Yoxtheimer and the shortstop Caleb Johnson. First pitch on the way in from Wachter to start it off with a strike. Jonah Wachter from Tulane, a junior out of Concord, New Hampshire. Yes, up there it's Concord. There's a ground ball right back up the middle for a base hit. And Parkerson a leadoff single. He's aboard. It's Concord, Mass. and Concord, New Hampshire. I only know this because I used to live in Nashua, New Hampshire. And no, they're very picky about it.
Oh, I'm sure there are. That's a long way up there from up to in the northeast all the way down to Tulane in Louisiana.
It really is. That's quite the journey.
Thanks for letting me get my voice back together after the call of the walk-off last game.
Oh, my goodness. That one's amazing. That's a blue chipper right there. That was really good.
That will be at the front of the reel after the season, that's for sure.
It better be. That was great. Noah had the call of the first game. Given the call of the second game, we've switched spots. He's producing. And our camera crew has also flip-flopped. As Zylik Lane's gone over to third. And Drew Pierce is now working the home base camera. So we appreciate those guys and their efforts, too. So
really not surprised that Gainesville's come out swinging here. We know the personality of their coach, very fiery, very passionate. I'm sure they got a long speech out there after that game to try to get their, I'm sure what the coach said, butts in gear, keep it PG. So, but, very important game here for Gainesville. They have to win this one now. They want to have the one-seeded home field advantage.
That's right.
So their backs are against the wall. All the pressure on Gainesville. Also, big implication for the Monsters if they win. As you said, they'll move to the 4 seed and host a playoff game tomorrow night.
And now Yoxtheimer is going to go talk to manager Johnny Eaton, who comes down to the third base coach's box for a quick word to him here. So there's a runner on first, nobody out, bottom of the first inning. It's a 1-1 count against Yoxtheimer, and Parkerson with a leadoff single here. The other thing, too, is, it's interesting. I know you can't carry the runs over, but you certainly can't carry the enthusiasm, the energy, the excitement. And if you're Gainesville, your annoyance at the way that game ended. Bunt shown, runner goes.
Good bunt.
And the bunt is down. The throw to first. Pulled him off the bag. No, they give it to him. I thought for sure they pulled the first baseman off the bag, but they're going to call the out. 1-3 on the sack. So it turns into a sack bunt.
You've got a few people in the stands that agree with you on that one.
Well, everybody's an umpire.
Yeah.
So
hey, you actually were one, so.
I was.
Yeah.
I do have that in the arsenal. That was way back in the day.
Part of a long list of experience, that's for sure.
I have done a few things. So, Caleb Johnson, the shortstop, steps in. One down, man on second now, home half of the first. It's 1-0 Gainesville in the lead here as that pitch misses outside for a ball. Game 2 underway. This will also be a 7-inning game. This is the final regular season game of the Sun Belt Baseball League season. I can't believe we've made it this far.
And this one just as meaningful as the first one when it comes to the playoff implications.
Absolutely. And there's a ground ball up towards third off the mid of Zara, and he will not have a play. Wisely, Parkerson chose not to advance on third base there, so it's first and second now on the E5. I like it, though. The Monsters get a couple of runners aboard here with only one out.
Remember in the first game, they left the bases loaded after scoring one. So both games, they've had the bats going early.
The Monsters' offense, I really have to say, has gotten markedly better the last, I would say, 3 weeks of the season.
They have turned the corner, that's for sure.
There's a check on the runner at second. Diving back in is Parkerson. First baseman Braden Pelkey is up right now for the Monsters. He hits from the right side. Pelkey, 245 on the season. And watch a breaking ball in there for a strike.
Yeah, no matter if the Monsters play here tomorrow or they're on the road tomorrow, they're going to be a tough out in the playoffs, to tell you that. They've really improved since the beginning of the season.
They really have. Well, actually, they started 4-0, which they looked fantastic, and then all of a sudden, Noah
had a stretch there in the middle of the season.
They lost 8 of 10.
Yep.
8 of 10. And you thought, all right, maybe that's all they were, was a quick start, and that's it. But they've really clawed their way back. Strike 2 on a breaking ball watched by Pelkey there. He's in an 0-2 hole. Men on first and second, one down, bottom of the first. Pitch on the way, swing and a miss, strike three. So two down now, and that's going to bring up Brandon Davis playing second base here in game number 2. Davis hitting .275, 14 of 51 on the season. Does have 8 RBIs to his credit, 12 strikeouts and 6 walks. Patience maybe not his strong suit at the plate, but we'll see if he can contribute here. He's hitting in that 5 spot in the order. First pitch is low in the dirt, ball 1. And a pretty good crowd stuck around for game 2 here. I mean, it's a pay-one price doubleheader. Tickets today were $5. You can still come down for game 2 if you want. We'll sell you a ticket. Come on in. You can enjoy the ball game. Runners go, swing and a miss, throw down to third, and they got him. End of the inning as caught stealing is Brooks Parkerson. 2-5 the out, and so that means Brandon Davis will lead things off when we get back around to the Monsters' turn to bat in the second inning. But for now, the Monsters threaten, but do not push any runs across. They do get a hit in the inning, and they leave 2 men on base. 1 in the books, 1-0 Gol'diggers. Back with more in a moment. This is Monsters Baseball. And welcome back here on Monsters Baseball. Tom Callahan and Noah Shelton bringing you the game here this afternoon. It is 1-0 Gol'diggers as we go into the top of the second inning. Tracy Mitchum leading it off, the left fielder. Willis still on the mound for the Monsters here, and I imagine they're going to try to get 5 strong innings out of him here, as that is ball 1 to lead it off. An E6 rather, and there's a base hit into center. Mitchum thought about making the turn, but he likes to stick with a single. But back in the first, Prince reached on an E6 on the first pitch of the game. He came around to score on Bryce Roddy's RBI double. After that, Willis settled down and got the next 3 hitters. Now he gives up a leadoff single here to Tracy Mitchum. And now Cameron Guidry, one of the 2 extra hitters in the lineup here for the Gol'diggers. And that first pitch to him is outside for ball 1. So the Gol'diggers have a 1-0 lead here. 7-inning game. Game 2 of the doubleheader. Game 1, the Monsters walked it off. 6-5 win. Pitch on the way from Willis, and a ground ball up towards short. Over to second for 1, on to first. Double play for the Monsters. 6-4-3, pretty as you please. And so now, 2 down, nobody out for Kane Jinks, the other extra hitter, hitting in the 8th spot here in the lineup.
Kane Jinks.
You love when the defense looks good there, and Noah, the D, looks pretty good on that 6-4-3.
Yeah, that was a smooth toss over there. A little bit of a mix-up in the infield when it comes to where everybody's playing as opposed to the first game.
Johnson's at short. Davis is at second. Pelkey at first. Parkerson third.
Parkerson was at second in the first game, and Davis was an extra hitter.
That one has popped up to shoot foul and into the seats on the first base side. Even the count up at 1-1. Jinks hitting from the right side. There's a swing and a line drive base hit into left field. So they're finding the ball on Willis right now. They're putting the barrel on it, but
well, they did last game as well. Had, I believe, 11 hits in that first game.
yeah, nothing crazy destructive about it.
But Gainesville's been seeing the ball well all year.
Well, that's the thing. You string a couple of these together, Noah, and that's when you start to plate those runs. And now all of a sudden that inning where you give up 1, now it's 2, now it's 3. That's what they do.
Ooh, plunked him.
And hit him on the first pitch. That's a mistake you can't afford to make. So now first and second with 2 out. As Brady McDevitt will take first on the hit by pitch. And now the number 10 hitter, third baseman Zach Zara.
You remember back to the top of the 7th in the last game, McDevitt was the pinch runner that came in that was thrown out at third base in the top of the 7th, which Gainesville would have had a run as a runner came around to score from home off the tag, but Zion Morris hosed McDevitt at third to end the inning, so the run did not count.
That's right.
And how huge is that run? Did that run end up, or that run that didn't happen end up being?
Absolutely.
Yep.
Zara fouls off the first pitch. Willis checks a runner at second. Curveball stays high. 1-1. 2 down here in the top of the second inning. 1-0 Gol'diggers leading the Monsters. That breaking ball does catch the outside corner, 1-2. Willis was by hook or by crook. He was going to get that one in there. First and second, 2 down, 1-2 count on Zara. Pitch on the way. Inside, almost hit him. Getting after the ball quickly is Kehoe as it popped out of the mitt. 2-2, though. Runners don't move anywhere.
Kehoe also a change. Had the first game off, but now behind the plate in place of Hasty.
Hasty getting a seat at least for now in game 2. There's a swing and a foul tip out of play on the left side into the seats by third base. It stays 2-2 to Zach Zara. Willis comes set, looks at second, now comes to the plate. Curveball swing and a miss. That is strike 3, and the Monsters get out of the inning without any further damage. They give up no runs. A couple of singles in the inning, but they leave 2 men stranded on base. Great job by the Monsters defensively there to get out of it. It's 1-0 Gol'diggers to the home half of the second inning we go. This is Monsters baseball.
Now batting number 17, Brayden Davis.
So now Brandon Davis will step in to begin the bottom of the second inning. Monsters down 1-0. And the first pitch to him is low and outside for ball 1. Gainesville scored in the top of the first, and that's where we sit now in a 1-0 game. Monsters won the first game 6-5 on a walk-off fashion. This one slapped to left center field. Slicing over is going to land into the gap for a base hit. Extra bases for Brandon Davis. Rounds first, heads to second. Rounding second, he's going to head to third. Running towards third, the relay throw in to the third base is not in time. And a leadoff triple for Brandon Davis. And the Monsters are in business with nobody out.
And a great job on the leadoff triple. How about that? Brandon Davis making hay while the sun shines, because he was the batter who ended up stuck at the plate when Parkerson was caught stealing. So now, leadoff triple, Jay Kehoe coming up. The catcher, he swings at the first pitch, and just foul down the first base line. And no, I was having a couple of words there with Chattahoochee manager Steve Smith, who stopped in, and still hanging out here with us a little bit in the booth and watching. This is some of the most exciting baseball we've seen all year. It's been so exciting to watch these games.
This game has a huge impact on Steve Smith himself as well.
It does.
So,
and the Chattahoochees are rooting for the Monsters right now, because if the Monsters win, the Hoots are first. There's a swing and fair ball down the left field line. A run will score. The game is tied. So an RBI single for Kehoe to left. How about that? The Monsters, one thing I've been very impressed with today is they have had a response. The Gol'diggers get one, they get one back, and they fought back this entire afternoon. So now it's going to be left fielder number 22, Zion Morris, coming to the plate. Morris heading into this one, hitting .327, 17 of 52 on the year. 19 strikeouts, 9 walks, 10 RBIs to his credit. Man on first, nobody down. Morris pops the bunt attempt up right behind the plate, but far enough that Strickland couldn't get back to it. Little break right there.
Well, there's not many ballparks that ball would have been in play, but here with the huge foul ground. Had a chance to come up with it, but couldn't quite catch up to it.
So Brandon Davis leads off the inning with a triple. Comes around to score on the single by Kehoe, who is at first right now, and now it's 0-1 to Zion Morris. Bottom of the second inning, this game's now tied up at 1. Pitch on the way. Morris showing bunt again, and a throw down to first, diving back in, barely getting himself back in there was Kehoe. Well, you don't want to be caught napping out there. The other implication on this game is if the Monsters win, yes, that helps the Chattahoochee, but then the Monsters would be a home team for the wild card round because they win the head-to-head tiebreak with the Atlanta Crackers. Morris again trying to bunt and again popping it up. Foul into the netting. So now with 2 strikes, I expect that Zion will put the bunt away. The 1-2 count here. It comes down to those little things, executing the bunt, trying to move guys over, and sometimes when you don't, you get the break there, the foul ball that you can't catch. Morris now will swing and foul one back to the screen. It remains 1-2. Justin Velo's in the on-deck circle in right field here, and then Jonathan Williams after him. He's one of the 2 extra hitters in the lineup. Nicola Mezzanotte, the other, he's hitting 10th. There's a swing and a miss for strike 3. And Morris is down on strikes. So Velo's comes up now. Velo's hitting $183 on the year, 11 of 60. 16 strikeouts, 10 walks. Does have 4 RBIs to his credit. Hitting from the left side, Wachter to the plate. Breaking ball misses low, ball 1. little relief from the sun over the field right now. There's a couple of passing clouds here on the banks of the Chattahoochee River, historic Golden Park. Decided today's doubleheader. Fastball misses upstairs, 2-0. Huge win for the Monsters. They walked it off in Game 1. Now they're tied with Gainesville here in Game 2. Wachter nods, gets a sign, and misses upstairs again. It's 3-0. Tell you what, if you're Velos, you don't mind taking the walk here if that's what they're going to give you. Pitch on the way, and that one right down the middle for a strike. Velos taking all the way. Wachter's already up to 25 pitches here in the second inning, and there's only one out. 3-1, and there's a slap foul up the third base side. Jammed him in on the hands there, but Velos fought it off. Count runs full now. Again, Gainesville doesn't have to manage their staff or their resources nearly as much as the Monsters do, knowing that they're playing tomorrow. Might be home, might be road. Depends how things work out. Runner goes on the full count, ball 4 anyway. So now it's first and second. That's going to bring up Jonathan Williams. Williams, the EH, followed by Nicola Mezzanotte, the other EH.
Jonathan Williams.
Wind has died down here. We had a bit of a breeze blowing throughout most of Game 1, but here in Game 2, it's calmed down. First pitch in there for a strike. 0-1 to Jonathan Williams. Wachter takes a look back at second. And that one misses low. Gets away from the catcher, but not very far. Williams trying to be helpful, not urging the runners to take off. Williams hitting .250 on the season. He's 5 of 20. So only 20 plate appearances in 11 games this year for Williams. 8 strikeouts, 6 walks. He does have 5 RBIs to his credit and a home run. Wachter, pitch on the way, the 1-1. Breaking ball in there for a strike. It's 1-2. Sunshine has returned as the shadows creeping towards home plate here from the roof over the grandstand at Golden Park. First and second for the Monsters, bottom of the second. And there's a called strike 3. Great breaking ball right there, and Williams knew it, froze him. So the 10-hitter now, Nicola Mezzanotte coming up. Mezzanotte still looking for his first hit of the campaign, 0 for 27. 14 strikeouts, 5 walks. Boy, you want to talk about being due. How about it as he gets in on the left side here. And he will swing, and a fly ball towards center, fighting the sun, moving over to make the catch is Prince. And that is the end of the inning. However, a run comes home for the Monsters to tie this game at 1. 2 hits, and they do leave 2 men on base. To the third we go. It is 1-1 between the Gol'diggers and the Monsters. We're back with more in a moment. This is Chattahoochee Monsters Baseball.
$1,000 jackpot. Doors open at 5 o'clock. First ball called at 6:30 Proceeds benefit Shriners Hospitals for Children. Shrine Club Bingo. Bingo with a heart. Do you need service work done to your vehicle? Be sure to visit Alex and Ariel's Tire Pro off Village Road. Family owned and operated. Tire Pro is a fully serviced automotive repair shop with ASC certified technicians to help you with any of your vehicle needs. Feeling thirsty? Go grab some ice cold Pepsi products on our concourse brought to you by Buffalo Rock. Buffalo Rock Pepsi is the premier beverage partner of Golden Park and wants to make sure that you quench your thirst for every inning of our games. And once again, go Monsters! Ladies and gentlemen, this third inning is brought to you by Zelmo Zippin.
Welcome back on Monsters Baseball. Tom Callahan here with you. Noah Shelton in the producer's chair, also offering some color commentary on this one. Noah had the call of the first game, a walk-off win for the Monsters in incredible fashion. Now they're trying to not only earn the split from the Gol'diggers, they're trying to sweep it outright here on the last day of the Sun Belt regular season. We're tied at 1, and a bunt offering as we go back to the top of the order by Brandon Prince to lead it off. Prince reached on an E6 and scored that Gol'diggers run on the first pitch of the game. So the bunt attempt foul, 0-1 the count. He will swing at that one, a ground ball to short, and that one hops up on Johnson out into short left. Let's see how they're going to score that one. Pretty tough shot, but either way, Prince is aboard for the second time in as many appearances. Stepping in now, it's going to be Bryce Roddy, who had an RBI double to drive home Prince back in the first. Willis, pitch low, runner goes. Now he's stuck between first and second. They've got him in a rundown. And they're going to throw over. He gets back in under the tag. Waiting too long to throw the ball was Johnson. Oh, they had a gift, and they couldn't pull it off. Prince diving back in under the tag. Johnson's throw to Pelkey was way too high. So a break for the Gol'diggers. Unbelievable. They had him stuck between first and second. Couldn't execute the rundown. Willis with a pitch that misses inside. It's ball 2, 2-0. Throw over to first to check on the runner. Still haven't had a decision come across about whether that was an error or a hit, by the way, that put Prince on base. Waiting to see. I would imagine it's going to be an E6, but I guess we don't know until they post it. There's a swing and a pop foul out of play on the near side here by third base, and that makes the count 2-1. Willis has already put up 37 pitches, and he's only in 2+ innings of work as another foul ball makes it 2-2. It's amazing how when you watch the pitch counts, how they can soar so quickly with these pitchers, but, I mean, you get into a couple of long at-bats, and then the next thing you know. There's a swing and another foul ball. Stays 2-2. Just beginning to get loose in the Monsters' bullpen is number 13, Ashton Falk. But he is not bringing any heat whatsoever at this point. Roddy goes for a little stroll outside that left-hand batter's box. Top of the third inning. Nobody out. Runner at first is Prince. Willis, curveball, foul back again. So it is going to be an E6. Second error of the game for the Monsters. Pitch on the way, and that breaking ball floated over the head of the shortstop Johnson into left. It's first and second, nobody out.
Now batting for the Gol'diggers, number 6, Matt Rose.
Boy, you just hope it doesn't come back to bite the Monsters here. And now the second baseman, Matt Rose, stepping in. 0 for 1, struck out in his first appearance. First and second, nobody down. 1-1 tie, Monsters and Gol'diggers. Willis to the plate. And, well, that one just missed for ball one. Willis, the left-hander, in a shot golfed to third. Stepping on the bag over there is Parkerson. He'll take the lead out. And Rose will reach first on the fielder's choice. Up to second is Roddy.
Now batting number 16, Cale Strickland.
5 out assisted on the putout for Prince. Cale Strickland steps up. He grounded out to second. He's 0 for 1. Top of the third. Gol'diggers tied with the Chattahoochee Monsters. Monsters won game one of this Sunday doubleheader. 6-5. They walked it off in the bottom of the seventh. Pitch on the way. Misses inside. Ball one. If the Monsters win game two, they'll be the 4 seed. And the Chattahoots will be the 1 seed. Fouled away. 1-1 to Strickland. Strickland came into this game hitting .328, 19-58 on the season with 13 RBIs, and he might collect another one here with a base hit into right, but charging quickly is Velos. Nice job to get the ball back in as fast as he could. Bases are loaded. But a good read off the bat by Velos as he closed on it. Boy, now how big does that rundown not happening look? Is that's going to be it for Willis. He is out. But now instead of having first and second, that's a tough one. That is Ashton Falk coming in relief here. But now that runner that you could have had in a rundown earlier got put out. Prince, but would it have changed the complexion of the inning? Well, it's hard to say.
Now pitching for the Chattahoochee Monsters.
Ashton Falk coming in, the junior at Southern Wesleyan University. He's 2-2 on the year. 6.42 ERA in 8 games this season. 5 starts, 28 innings pitched, struck out 21, walked 16. And he scattered 33 hits over those 28 innings. Now it becomes interesting for the Monsters. Do you play really to win at this point, knowing that if you win here, you host tomorrow night instead of traveling? And if you're the 4 seed, here's the other advantage to that. You only have to win one game to move on. The 3 and the 4, the way it works in the Sun Belt, 3-6, 4-5 wild card round. But the 5 and the 6 team have to win twice to advance. In the wild card round, the 3-4 seed only has to win once. So if you're the Monsters, I think the strategy changes here in game 2 to going for broke. You won game 1. Why not see if you can pick up the win in game 2? As Falk completes his warm-up throws. This is the only action in the Sun Belt League today. Let's take a look at Major League Baseball. Finals from earlier today. Rangers 8-4 over the Dodgers. Cubs 7, Cardinals 2. 4-2 Braves over the Brewers. Orioles 5-3 over the Rays. How about that series win for the Baltimore Orioles? 8-5 Phillies over the Guardians in 10. Also in 10, Marlins 3-2 over the Rockies. In 12, Twins 5-4 over the White Sox. 7-3 Reds beat the Diamondbacks. Yankees 8-5 over the Royals. 6-1 Nationals over the Giants. 3-1 Tigers over the Padres. Sunday Night Baseball will be the Mets of the Red Sox, 7 o'clock Eastern Time. Bottom of the 7th, Jays 4-3 lead over the Mariners. Top of the 9th, Astros and Athletics tied at 2. Top of the 8th, Angels lead the Pirates 7-5. Falk with his first pitch and gets a swing and a slider there for a miss from Riley Stanford. Stanford 0 for 1. He flew out to center. Bases loaded. 1 out. That pitch misses for a ball, 1-1. Pressure here in the top of the 3rd with the game tied at 1, but the bases loaded and 1 down. Falk comes in. There's a foul ball up the left side, 1-2 now. In a situation where he really has to hurry up and put out the fire. Needs to try to close this down as quickly as possible. Any mistake right now ends up with your team trailing again. But Gainesville's good. They're first for a reason coming into this game. There's a swing and a pop, fly straight up the chute. And coming in from 3rd to make the catch is Parkerson. He'll put it away. Boy, that is a huge, huge out. So now 2 down for Tracy Mitchum, who singled to center 1 for 1 in his first plate appearance, lead off the 2nd inning. But now there's a force at any base. And Falk, boy, if he can get out of this with the way things look right now, it'd be an amazing job. He comes in and catches the outside corner for strike 1. A little bit of a sidearm delivery there. Righty-lefty matchup here. Mitchum waiting on the 0-1. Falk gets it in on the hands, and it's fouled away, 0-2. Falk looks in for the sign. He will come set at the belt. Kicks and delivers homeward, and that's fouled away into the screen again. It remains an 0-2 count. Mitchum waiting on the 0-2. And that one just stays a little bit outside for ball 1. Maybe trying to get him to reach out after it. Good eye, though. Mitchum stays alive here. Well, you just feel the tension out there for this one. There is, just missing off the corner. I thought we might have got the call. I was ready to ring it up. But no, instead it's 2-2. Pitch on the way, swing, and again foul back to the screen. Nice job right now, Mitchum, in this at-bat. Going deep here against Falk, who's just entered the ball game. Got Stanford in the first hitter he faced. Bases are loaded. Top of the third. The game's tied at 1. There's now 2 out. 2-2 count on Mitchum. The pitch. Oh, no. I think the Monsters as a whole were ready to get off the field. They thought that was for sure strike 3, but no. I can't even tell you where it missed. I'm going to say inside. Full count. And that's ball 4. Run comes home. Oh, that is a tough walk.
Now batting, number 5, Cameron Gidry.
Brings up Cam Gidry, who grounded into a 6-4-3 double play in his first appearance. He's 0 for 1. Bases remain loaded, 2 out. First pitch, misses low. There's a swing by Gidry. Ground ball in the hole to short. Throw over to third. Did he catch and hold? Yes, he did. Ooh, a little bit of sweaty moment there, but Gidry grounds into the fielder's choice to end the inning as Cale Strickland has put out 6-5 over at third to end it. So the Monsters, in the meantime, do end up giving up a run. And now the Gol'diggers find themselves up 2-1 here as we head to the home half of the third inning. We're back with more in a moment. This is Monsters Baseball. Back here for the home half of the third inning. Chattahoochee Monsters coming to bat, trailing 2-1 to the Gainesville Gol'diggers. Tom Callahan here with you on a Sunday afternoon at beautiful, historic Golden Park. The sun is ducked behind the clouds here as we get into it. Back at the top of the order for the Monsters, leading it off Brooks Parkerson, who singled in his first plate appearance and then was caught stealing to end that first inning. Parkerson in on the right side, walked her in with a pitch, and the first is a breaking ball. That's in there for a strike. Oh, 1 on the way, misses outside for a ball. 1-1. Monsters had a big walk-off win in the first half of the doubleheader. Keeps the Hoots' hopes alive to be in first place overall and keeps the Monsters' hopes alive to host tomorrow night for a wild card game. There's a long fly ball to left field, and that one will land and go to the wall. In with a double is Brooks Parkerson. Mitchum going over, looked like he was going to be able to make the play, and at the last second when he reached up for it, he could not come down with the baseball. So a leadoff double here for Parkerson gives it a long ride all the way to the Blue Frog sign out in left center. That's going to bring up Jax Yoxtheimer, the center fielder. He had a sacrifice bunt in the first that moved Parkerson over, but Parkerson's already at second. So let's see what Yoxtheimer can do swinging away here. And he will do just that, and a ground ball base hit into right field. Coming around hard and trying to score. Parkerson, throw coming to the plate, will not be in time. It got away from the cutoff man. It never even got to the plate. So an RBI single to right for Jax Yoxtheimer, and it's now a 2-2 game. The Monsters being aggressive, and once again, the Gol'diggers get a run. The bottom of the inning, the Monsters get it right back. Caleb Johnson up now. He reached on an E5 back in the first. RBI single for Yoxtheimer, who is the runner at first. Nobody down here yet. First pitch swinging. High pop fly, foul third base side, out of play. I'm actually surprised that Zach Zara gave that as much of an effort as he did. That was 15 rows deep, easy. Johnson will be followed by Braden Pelkey and then Brandon Davis. Wachter looks at the runner who now takes off. The pitch bounces in the dirt. No throw. Stolen base for Yoxtheimer. Johnson has an even count, 1-1. What a day of baseball this has been. Game 1 was excellent. Game 2 so far has also been excellent. If you paid just $5 to get in for today's game and you've seen both of these games and you actually like the game of baseball, you have gotten your money's worth and a whole lot more. That pitch is outside for a ball. It's 2-1. And if you've never taken in a Sun Belt Baseball League game, number one, it's pretty good baseball. Number two, if you don't, the concept of the Sun Belt League is it is a summer college wooden bat league. So all of these players are either on their way to or are in college programs right now. Some you might see a couple high school seniors in there who are on their way to their freshman season of college baseball. But it's a regionalized league, played around Georgia, teams sprinkled throughout the Atlanta area, and, of course, the Monsters and the Chattahoochees here in Columbus. Very good level of baseball, very entertaining. We're seeing a couple of beauties here. There's a swing and a miss by Johnson. And it goes to 2-2. And it's fun. It's affordable for the whole family. And, again, if the Monsters win this game, they will host tomorrow night here at Golden Park in Game 1 of the wild card. That would be absolutely wild to me. No pun intended. Pitch on the way from Wachter. Swing and a miss. There's strike 3. Johnson down on strikes. It's going to bring up Braden Pelkey. 0 for 1 with a strikeout. Already 4 strikeouts for Wachter in the game.
Now batting number 7, Braden Pelkey.
Pelkey has a runner on second.
First pitch to Pelkey, high for ball 1. Tied at 2 here in the bottom of the third inning. 1 out. Runner on second. Monsters have responded every time Gainesville scored. The 1-0. Swung on, hit foul right behind home plate, hit the canopy above us. It'll be 1-1.
It's got a little bit darker here, Noah.
I wasn't going to mention it. Runner going to third base. But a chopped foul. Now 1-2.
Yoxtheimer was off with a pitch there. Trying to get down to third. And Pelkey trying to keep the inning going here with something productive. 2 runs, 5 hits, and an error for the Gol'diggers. 2 runs, 5 hits, 2 errors for the Monsters.
Pelkey set, ready for the 1-2. Pickoff move first back to second. Not in time.
I think that's more of a just keep Yoxtheimer as close to the bag as possible than anything else.
Now ready for the 1-2. Outside. Evens up the count up at 2-2.
It's not a bad idea, though. I mean, you got Rose creeping in from second, trying to keep Yoxtheimer close over there. I mean, it could be the difference between scoring a guy on a single and not.
Big gap on the right side of the infield. The 2-2. Swung on a hit down the left field line. It's going to land in for a base hit, and the Monsters are going to have the lead. Yoxtheimer comes around third, comes around the score. Pelkey running for second. He'll slide in, and he is out at second base. So now 2 down, but Yoxtheimer comes around to score, and the Monsters have the lead now 3-2.
Well, unfortunately, Pelkey gets thrown out. He will get the RBI and credit for the hit, but thrown out trying to stretch it. 7-4, I believe, is the put out there. So the bases are now empty for Brandon Davis, but it's 3-2. Monsters are in front. Hard to argue with that one. Davis led off the last inning with a triple and was brought home by a Jay Kehoe single. I'm still not sure how that ball stayed in the ballpark. It was close, Noah. I mean, that was an absolute just... you get maybe a little bit more of a launch angle on that. Davis waiting on the first pitch here, and he'll surprise bunt, but foul. Not a bad idea. Nobody was ready for that.
I certainly wasn't.
Zara definitely got off quickly to a charge down the line as he saw it happening, but Davis has to take a little bit off that baseball, though, if he's going to try that again. He is not. And the ball gets away to the backstop, 1-1. The other part of that, too, is Pelkey coming around, so he was thrown out at second here. And we know the Monsters have been pretty aggressive on the base paths in this game. And you want to make guys make a throw, make a tag, right? It's a harder play to make. So it's hard to be critical of the aggression. It does result in the second out of the inning. But, boy, you would have liked to have seen him stay out there. Did he go around on the appeal? No. 2-1. But the Monsters grabbed the lead. They're playing some tough baseball right now. 2-1 to Davis. Outside 3-1. Pitch on the way, fouled right back towards our broadcast location, 3-2. There's a swing and a ground ball up towards short. On the hop, Roddy throws it over to first. That's the end of the inning. 6-3 in the putout, but the Monsters plate 2 more. They do so with 3 hits in the inning. They don't leave anyone on base, but they do leave the inning with a 3-2 lead. 3 in the books here between the Gol'diggers and the Monsters. This is Monsters Baseball. And we're back here for the top of the fourth inning. 3-2 Monsters leading the Gainesville Gol'diggers. Tom Callahan here with you. The Sunshine's returning to historic Golden Park. And the first pitch by Ashton Falk is a ball in the dirt on the near side to Kane Jinks, who's 1 for 1 with a single, was stranded at second, back in the second. He will swing and a ground ball base hit to left. He's 2 for 2. Into the hole between short and third with that one for Kane Jinks on a 1-0 pitch. And so every inning now, Gainesville has gotten their leadoff runner aboard, their leadoff hitter. Brady McDevitt steps in. He was hit by a pitch in his first appearance. Tries to lay down the bunt. Beauty up the third base side, charging over to make the play, and able to make the out at first is Parkerson. 5-3 on the sac bunt. Up to second goes Jinks. Gainesville just goes right back to work doing what Gainesville does. Small ball, move runners, be aggressive. They try to make things work for themselves. Zach Zara coming up now, struck out swinging in his first plate appearance. Man on second. First pitch is outside for a ball to Zara. Jinks. 1 down. Top of the fourth inning. Jake Bieber is up and throwing in the Gainesville bullpen. There's a swing and a pop fly. It will come down just in front of second base where Johnson makes the catch. Jinks doesn't go anywhere. 2 down, back to the top of the order we go. Brandon Prince coming up. He's reached base twice on 2 straight E6s. Meanwhile, out in the Monsters bullpen, John Lugering stretching it out. First pitch in is foul back to the screen. Prince down in the count 0-1. Falk, 1-1 on the way. There's a swing and a ground ball up towards short. Moving up is Johnson on it. Quick throw across. Gets him by a step. It was close. Prince with speed out of the box. But he is thrown out. So the leadoff single is wasted. No runs, 1 hit, 1 man left on base. To the home half of the fourth we go. More coming your way in just a moment. This is Monsters Baseball. And we are back here as we go to the home half of the fourth inning. Jake Beaver, the new pitcher on for the Gainesville Gol'diggers from Georgia College and State University, where he's a sophomore. Actually, his hometown is Gainesville. He's 2-1 on the year, 12 appearances, 3 starts, 4.22 ERA. The left-hander's first pitch is a swing and a miss to the catcher, Jay Kehoe. 27 2/3 innings of work this summer session. 31 strikeouts, 14 walks. And that one is fought off towards third. Zara up with it. Long throw and gets him close, but Kehoe could not beat out the throw there. Took Zara an extra little stutter step to set and get it across. But 1 out. So 1 down in the bottom of the fourth. 3-2. Chattahoochee Monsters leading the Gainesville Gol'diggers. Zion Morris coming up. He's 0 for 1. Struck out swinging back in the second inning. Beaver. First pitch swinging and a little flare into right. Diving to make the catch. McDevitt comes up with a big one. Nice diving snag by McDevitt as he charged in. Boy, I thought for sure that was going to fall in for a base hit, but instead it disappointed Zion Morris. Will head back to the dugout. So now Justin Velo is the right fielder coming up. He walked in his first plate appearance. Lefty-lefty matchup here. Quickly 2 down in the bottom of the fourth. This is a doubleheader game. This is game 2. Monsters won game 1, but it also means 7 innings here, and Velos gets plunked on the very first pitch. That one hit him squaw in the back. So now Jonathan Williams, 0 for 1, was called out looking back in the second inning. 2 down, now a man on first. The wind has picked back up a little bit here, blowing out towards left. Certainly not as substantial as we've seen on some days, but it's enough to ruffle the flags. Breaking ball gets Williams to swing awkwardly and miss. Strike 1. Might have been looking for the fastball there for the indication. Runner goes, pitch misses, throw down to second. Oh, they got him. Was not close. Velos caught stealing 2-4, and that's the end of the inning. Williams will get another chance here when we get back around to the fifth. But in the meantime, no runs, no hits, nobody left on base for the Monsters. 4 complete, 3-2. Chattahoochee leading Gainesville. Back of the war in a moment. This is Monsters Baseball.
pitching for the Monsters. Number 32, John Luther.
We are back for the fifth. Gainesville Gol'diggers coming up here in the top of the fifth inning, trailing the Chattahoochee Monsters 3-2. There is a new pitcher on for the Monsters, and it is John Lugering, side-arming southpaw, misses with that first pitch. Actually, is shaking his hand out like he might have tweaked something odd on his pitching hand there. I hope not. By the way, it goes for ball one to Bryce Roddy, who's 2 for 2 with a single and a double, and another fly ball to left. That one is fair ball down into the corner, and it's going to be another double. It's 3 for 3, 2 doubles and a single. Bryce Roddy's having himself a game. Lugering has 10 appearances on the year. 0-1 record. 3.75 ERA. He has struck out 12 and walked 8. Matt Rose up now. Reached on a fielder's choice in the third. Struck out swinging in the first. First pitch is outside. Ball one. Once again, the Gol'diggers get that leadoff hitter aboard. They've done it in all 5 innings here in this game. Pitch on the way, a foul ball down the right side, out of play, 1-1. That alone is an incredibly impressive feat. But then you take a look at what this team has been able to do. And now they have 2 runs across. They've already left 7, by the way, through 4 innings. So they're getting guys on base. They just haven't capitalized as much as they'd like to yet. Pitch on the way, foul back to the screen. Now it's 1-2 to Rose. The cloud cover is returned here in the Chattahoochee Valley. Chattahoochee Monsters looking for the doubleheader sweep. They won game 1, walked it off in the 7th inning in dramatic fashion. Called strike 3 as that pitch catches the outside corner. Nice pitch by Lugering. And there's 1 out. Oh, that was a beauty. Came in with the off-speed pitch. It broke just enough to catch the outside corner. So now Kel Strickland up 1 for 2 with a single. Lugering the pitch, swing and a miss. And he's ahead in the count 0-1. Right now the bullpens are quiet for both sides. Here in the 5th of a 7-inning game, swing and a ground ball to short, scooped up by Johnson over to first for the out. 6-3, the putout does get the runner to third now with 2 down. Nice range by Johnson going to his left. Was he able to get over there on the baseball and make the play across. Brings up Riley Stanford. He's 0 for 2, couple of fly outs. Two down, man on third, top of the 5th. 3-2, Monsters in the lead. That pitch just misses inside for a ball. Pitch on the way, and that one is grounded up towards first, foul. 1-1. Lugering just into the game in this inning. He is the third pitcher. Willis started it off. Ashton Falk came in, got out of a jam that he inherited. And that was back in the third inning. Now he's got a clean slate. That ball misses 2-1. Stanford waiting on the right side for the pitch. Ooh, misses high. 3-1 now. First base is open, so not the end of the world here if Stanford gets on, but then you are going to face Tracy Mitchum, who's gotten on both times, singled and walked. And there's a swing and a foul ball up the third base side. Now the count runs full. Three and two out. Man on third. Chattahoochee with a 3-2 lead. Lugering, the lefty, to the plate outside, ball 4.
Now batting number 35, Tracy Mitchell.
So now Mitchum does come up. And Johnny Eaton's going to come out and just have a chat with his lefty. Kehoe out to the mound as well. So you've got Stanford on first, Roddy on third. And actually, it looks like they're going to have a pinch hitter in here. So it will not be Mitchum coming to the plate. But instead, rather, it will be Brady Moore. So Moore will likely enter the game in left field here. So Moore, the righty, with runners at the corners, 2 down, facing the lefty, Lugering. First pitch is outside for ball 1. Moore hitting .292 coming into this game, 14 of 48 as he swings and lifts a foul ball out of play on the first base side. Struck out 16 times, walked 13, does have 11 RBIs to his credit. 3 doubles and 3 home runs, so he's got some power. Lugering in there, and there's a fly ball to center. Coming on to make the catch is Yoxtheimer, and they get out of the inning without allowing a run. The leadoff double goes for naught. So no runs, 1 hit, 2 men left on base. To the home half of the 5th we go, and the Chattahoochee Monsters with a 3-2 lead over the Gainesville Gol'diggers. More coming your way on Monsters Baseball. Back here for the home half of the fifth inning. Tom Callahan here with you. It's a 3-2 lead right now for the Chattahoochee Monsters. Jonathan Williams will be the first batter of the inning. He was there when Justin Velos was caught stealing to end the fourth. So he steps back in. He will get a fresh count and start things off in the fifth. Beaver the left-hander, Williams the right-hander. He thought about bunting, steps through it. I believe that pitch was called a ball. Now he'll try the bunt again, gets it down. Quickly off the mound, Beaver over, makes the throw. 1-3 the putout. Williams retired. Certainly didn't get that one over as near to the line, I think, as he would have liked. So now Nicola Mezzanotte coming up. He's 0 for 1. Flew out to center. It was back in the second inning. Beaver, curveball in there, strike one. Starting off quickly, lefty-lefty here. Mezzanotte calls time, backs out. And now the 0-1 on the way from Beaver. Swing and a miss as he was out in front of the curveball. Boy, you really did a nice job taking something off the speed of that pitch. And he was way out in front. 0-2. Beaver not wasting any time into the wind. Misses outside, 1-2. 3-2, Monsters in the lead. Game 2 of the doubleheader. The Monsters won Game 1 as that one is high 2-2. If the Monsters win Game 2, they will be the 4 seed and host a wild card game. There's a curveball. Mezzanotte with a slap up towards second. It bounces off Rose. He recovers, though, to make the play. And the out at first. Back to the top of the order we go. Brooks Parkerson, who's 2 for 2 with a single and a double, scored a run in the third.
Brooks Parkerson.
Well, the Monsters did some damage with 2 down before. There's a swing and a foul ball. Back to the screen. Starts it off 0-1. Also, as a happy byproduct for the ballpark mates of the Chattahoochee Monsters, if they win both halves of this doubleheader, as there's a swing and a fly ball to center, under it is Prince, the Chattahoochs could finish in first place overall. 3 up, 3 down in the fifth for the Monsters. To the top of the sixth we go. Monsters 3, Gol'diggers 2. More coming your way on Monsters Baseball. Guidry steps in here to lead things off in the top of the 6th inning, and he takes a curveball for a strike. Lugering right back out there, the left-hander for the Monsters. 3-2 Monsters lead, and there's a swing and a ground ball up foul. 0-2. Cam Guidry grounded into a double play, 6-4-3 back in the 2nd inning, and then hit into a fielder's choice in the 3rd. That one fouled, or pardon me, that one actually got away from the catcher. 1-2. Get a fresh baseball out there for Lugering. Sun's trying to pop its head back out here. There's a swing and a fly ball towards center. Yoxtheimer trots back and makes the catch, retreating to his left a little bit there. And that was actually hit to a pretty deep part of the park, but Yoxtheimer started Guidry out deep. Didn't have too far to go. First out of the inning. Kane Jinks, 2 for 2 with a couple of singles in this one. He is in with 1 down. 3-2 Monsters lead here, top of the 6th. This is a 7-inning game. It's the 2nd game of a doubleheader. That misses outside for ball 1. Monsters walked off the first game. Got the win. There's a chopper back over the mound. Davis charging. Play to first. Gets it. Lugering kind of stumbled coming off the mound there, trying to get into his defensive position on the chopper that went over his head. But they make the play. Speaking of the Chattahoochee, by the way, several of the players, actually pretty much the whole team is here, watching this one in the suites at Golden Park. And I'm sure they are big Monsters fans right now.
You know, as they should be.
First pitch on the way. Lugering in there with a strike to Brady McDevitt.
Beautiful location on that pitch for Lugering.
No, if you'd have told me they were leading going into the 6th and they had taken the first game of the doubleheader, I probably would have called you a liar, as that one's chopped foul 0-2. But what a day for the Monsters.
Yeah, no, definitely has been a great day so far. But we knew they had this in them. They were competitive with Gainesville earlier in the year. The offense has improved so much as the year's gone on. And got to give it to the pitching staff as well. This explosive Gainesville offense has been pretty much held in check.
And just missed inside. 1-2. This is and the sunshine's back out there on the field. I mean, if you've come here for this doubleheader, I know I said it earlier today, but man, $5 got you in the door here for the Sunday doubleheader. Last game of the regular season, he hit him on the shoulder. Oh, you hate to lose a guy on a 1-2 count with 2 out.
About to say, pretty big mistake having 2 strikes against him.
So now the 10-hitter, Zach Zara, coming up, the third baseman in this game. He is 0 for 2. Struck out swinging, popped out to short. McDevitt, casual lead at first. Pitch inside, misses for a ball. The wind has died down here. The sun has come back out. On a warm late July day here in Columbus, Georgia, there's a swing and a foul back to the screen. It goes 1-1. Lugering, set, the lefty, deals outside. Runner does not go. Thought about it, but it's 2-1. No, I wonder, and again, because the Gol'diggers don't really have to worry about the bench as much, I wonder if we start to see some pinch hitters appearing at some point here.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised as they turn into a little bit of a desperation mode as we're down to the last 4 outs.
That misses outside. It goes to 3-1 against Zara. Although we are at the bottom of the lineup right now, so I thought maybe if you're going to pinch hit, Zara might have been the guy you pinch hit for, but right now they do not. Going back around to the top, you've got Prince, who's hit the ball to short every single time, but 2 of those were in E6, and he was aboard. Now there's a long fly ball down the left field line, but hooking foul. And that loads the count up at 3-2. Thankfully, that one kept tailing away. That would have been absolute disaster had it been fair. But Zara now with a full count. 2 out here, top of the 6th. Runner on first is McDevitt. Lugering looks in for the sign. Pitch. Swing and a ground ball up to first, foul. So we'll do it all again. The Monsters, with the win, would tie the Atlanta Crackers at 15-13 if they can hang on to get it, and they have the head-to-head tiebreak. They'd be the 4 seed. There is a called strike 3. Zach Zara frozen at the plate for a Southern Mosquito Control strikeout and a dramatic end to the 6th inning. No runs, no hits, 1 man left on base for the Gol'diggers. To the bottom of the 6th we go. 2, 3, 4 hitters on their way up here for the Monsters. This is Chattahoochee Monsters baseball.
Now batting for the Monsters, number 39, the center fielder, Jax Yocksteiner.
All right, here we go. Into the bottom of the 6th inning. 3-2 Monsters in the lead. 2, 3, 4 hitters coming up to the plate. Jax Yocksteiner, who singled and scored last time up. In fact, he collected an RBI on that single. Swings of the first pitch in there from Beaver, who is still out there on the mound. His 3rd inning of work coming up. Yocksteiner also had a sac bunt back in the 1st, and he swings and lashes that one. Fair ball down the left field line. It kicks off the bullpen fence. He's on his way around to second. Throw coming in. It's going to be close. He's safe. That was actually a very fortunate kick for Moore out in left field. It bounced off the bullpen fence and came over to him and allowed him to make that a very close play at second. But what a great effort there by Yocksteiner. Starts it out with a double. Oh, my goodness. This Monsters team is just finding little hitting, little pitching, little defense when they need it. Caleb Johnson coming up, reached on an E5 in the 1st, struck out swinging in the 3rd. Johnson's had a couple of gems out in the field defensively here over at short. As the sunshine back in full effect here. The roofline shadow has crept past the pitcher's mound now. Runner at second. Bunt is laid down, and that is a beauty. Oh, they're not even going to have a play. Both corners retreated to the bag to cover. Instead, they were in to start the play. The bunt laid down by Johnson. And then both the first baseman, Stanford, and the third baseman, Zara, retreated to their bags to cover the bags. Instead of the shortstop and the second baseman coming over to do it, they didn't make the play, so that left it to the pitcher, Beaver, to try to make the play. He couldn't. He had no throw. So a bunt single and runners at the corners. Nobody out. First pitch is a curveball in there for strike one to Braden Pelkey. Pelkey 1 for 2 with an RBI single in the third. Unbelievable sequence.
Uncharacteristic defensive mistake by Gainesville there.
And there's a swing and a miss. Runner goes down to second. They will not throw. But strike two on a swing and miss by Pelkey. They've made a couple of those today, Noah. It's strange.
They have not had their A game today, that's for sure. But it'd be absolutely huge for Chattahoochee to get a couple of insurance runs here. Never feel safe with a one-run lead against the Gainesville offense.
No, there's a foul ball down the right field line, and that one hooks foul. Looks like we might have some activity coming up soon in the bullpen out there for the Gainesville Gol'diggers. Oh, 2 pitch on the way, and again, fouled back into the screen. Another 0-2 on its way here to Braden Pelkey. Runners on second and third. Nobody out. Pelkey will swing and miss. That's strike three. That's going to bring up Brandon Davis, who tripled and scored in the second. Then was put out 6-3 in the third. 1 for 2 in this game. But, boy, I tell you what, if he got anything resembling a triple right now, this is a completely different baseball game. The infield is in for the Gol'diggers. A little bit of a delay while the umpire grabs some new baseballs here. And now I don't know what's going on, but
I'm
Beaver.
not sure either.
Oh,
Are they
intentional base on balls.
Yeah.
Okay. Trying to get the umpire's attention to issue the free pass. So Davis sent down to first base. They're now loaded with one out here in the bottom of the sixth inning. Jay Kehoe coming to the plate. Kehoe, an RBI single in the second, which brought home Davis after his triple, and he grounded out to third in the fourth inning. But, boy, he's got a chance to really blow this one open. Base is loaded, one out. First pitch on the way. Curveball misses outside for ball one. The other thing, too, it'll be interesting to see is the pitch on the way, and that one does get in there. Curveball in, 1-1. The effect on Gainesville just coming out of this doubleheader period. But the Monsters threatening here. Nobody out, or pardon me, one out now. Curveball, swing, and a miss.
Good breaking ball there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
That's all Beaver's thrown him.
Yep.
I don't know if he's got some intel that Kehoe struggles with the breaking ball, or if he's setting him up maybe for a fastball here on 1-2. He misses outside. Ball gets away, and a run will score. And now, big turn over at third, but heading back is Caleb Johnson. Man, I was worried he made a little bit too big of a turn, but got away with it because the catcher, Strickland, was upset with himself. And again, the Gol'diggers just a mistake. Ball gets through the catcher right there. Another run scores. Now it's second and third.
That is a critical mistake, and with a hit to the outfield by Keogh here, Beaver will let the dam break. No pun intended.
Nice. And a ground ball to second. They're going to throw home the play. They get him. Oh, Johnson thought he got his arm in there ahead of the tag. He did not. So fielder's choice. The infield in prevents another run. Kehoe reaches on that fielder's choice. So the put out of Johnson at the plate goes 4-2. Now Zion Morris up. He's 0 for 2. Runners at the corners, 2 down. And now it's a 4-2 Chattahoochee Monsters lead. Ball 1. Yeah, there's a swing and a foul back to the screen. It's 1-1. We're starting to get some activity in the bullpens here. Having trouble getting a number out there on the Monsters. And that
hit him.
That hit Morris in the leg as he tries to hop it off. Another mistake by the Gol'diggers, and that loads the bases up once again here. Noah, this is absolutely crazy.
Yeah, it's been a very uncharacteristic game for Gainesville. First one was as well, but this second one especially.
And now we're going to get a visit to the mound by the Gainesville pitching coach. It is not Micah Owings coming out, so you know that Beaver's not out of the game. So getting loose in the Gainesville bullpen right now is number 14. That's Kane Jinks. Jinks goes to Tennessee Tech. He was in the extra hitter spot in the first game, I believe. Actually, he's an EH in this game, I think, too. Meanwhile, loosening up for the Chattahoochee Monsters is number 39, Jax Yoxtheimer. So Yoxtheimer just throwing in the bullpen a little bit. Will he be coming in at all? We'll see. But the more urgent matter at hand is Justin Velos coming up with the bases loaded. And a chance to really do some more damage here as he fouls that one off for strike 1. Velos has reached both times in this game. He walked in the second, hit by a pitch in the fourth. Morris was just hit by a pitch to load the bases back up with 2 out here. We are in the bottom of the 6th inning of a 7-inning game. There's a ground ball foul up the third base side. It's 0-2 against Velos. And the Monsters have added on to the lead. It's 4-2. Oh, 0-2 count against Velos. Beaver into the wind. The pitch, foul back to the screen. It stays 0-2. And right now, if you're Velos, you're just defending anything close. Trying to take care of that plate.
Just got to put the ball in play. With how poorly Gainesville's played defensively, you never know.
Yeah, everybody's back at their normal depth. I mean, you never know. You hit a rock, you get a bounce, something happens. Anything could happen. Pitch up high, 1-2. Ooh, that was close, but a good eye. The sun getting a little lower in the sky now, getting into the eyes of the second baseman Rose and the right fielder McDevitt. Pitch on the way, curveball, ground ball up the middle for a base hit. Another run will score. They're going to push, try to get another run in. The ball gets away at third, and heading in to score another run is Morris. It's a 3-run swing for the Monsters, 7-2.
Wow. That's all you can say. That's the insurance they needed.
The wheels have absolutely come off for Gainesville. Justin Velos delivers with a base hit. He ends up on second base. 3 RBIs. That's as big as it gets. That's the end of the night for Beaver. Oh, my goodness. What an inning here. And coming in, it is going to be number 14, as we told you, warming in the bullpen there a little bit earlier on. It is Kane Jinks. And he is a sophomore at Tennessee Tech, although he's from Carnesville, Georgia. 1-1 mark on the year. 10 games, 1 start, 4.15 ERA. He does have a save to his credit. 21 strikeouts, 11 walks, 11 hits, and 13 innings of work. But now, this game just has such a different complexion to it. Now the Monsters need to see it out. It helps the Chattahoochees, yes, but for the Monsters, an improbable 4th place finish on the season, if they can see this through. Yoxtheimer continues to just throw easily in the Monsters' pen. No guarantee that he's going to see any action here. As Jinks gets his warm-up tosses in. 4 runs in the inning.
The center fielder and the outfielder for Gainesville were sitting there with their heads hung low, squatting by the grass. The right fielder's now stood back up, but center fielder.
It's hard not to be dejected if you're Gainesville.
Yeah. Had to come in here and just win one of the two. Now, it's not over yet, obviously, but down 5 with 3 outs to go if you're a Gainesville Gold-Digger. Just, man, did not expect this. We talked about how the Monsters have improved. They turned the corner offensively, especially here in the 9th inning when they needed it most of the insurance runs, and last inning in the 7th inning. So just 2 improbable victories. And just got to give it to Coach Johnny and the Monsters for the improvement they made this season, and they're in prime position to take the 4 seed in the playoffs.
Bottom of the 6th, 4 runs home. First pitch is a fastball outside from Jinks that misses on Jonathan Williams, who's 0 for 2 in this one. Velos is at second. There's a strike in there. Velos, 3 RBIs on his base hit that brought home Morris, Kehoe, and Davis. The Gol'diggers just, it's turning into that kind of day for them. Velos dancing off second, swing and a miss there by Williams. Yoxtheimer is no longer throwing in the bullpen. Wonder if Lugering will come back out or not here. And that pitch up high. You certainly don't want to open the door for Gainesville. The Gol'diggers' offense is certainly capable of blowing it up.
Absolutely. But they just have to feel absolutely dejected right now. It's going to be hard to muster up any confidence and energy to go into the top of the 7th.
2-2 pitch on the way here to Williams. Jinks will check the runner. Velos at second. Comes to the plate. Misses low. And the count goes full. Nicola Mezzanotte waiting on deck. Jinks, pitch, ball 4. Nice job by Williams to work the walk. So now Mezzanotte comes up, 0 for 2 in the game.
It's good to see him get his first hit.
It would be great. It would be poetic justice here. What could potentially be his last at-bat here in the regular season. Love to see him get one out there. He will swing at the first pitch and miss for strike 1. Runners on first and second. 2 down here in the bottom of the 6th inning. 7-2. Monsters have broken it open. Mezzanotte calls time, backs out. Now he'll step back in. Jinks working quickly. Fastball misses. 1-1. Jinks checks Velos at second. Comes to the plate. Swing and a miss by Mezzanotte on the fastball. It's 1-2. Well, you just want to see him put one in the right spot. Pitch on the way. Mezzanotte swing and a miss. Strike 3. Inning is over. But what an inning it was. 4 runs, 4 huge runs in the inning. 3 hits, 2 men left on base for the Monsters. 7-2. We go to the top half of the 7th inning, and the Gol'diggers down to their final 3 outs. Jax Yoxtheimer on to pitch. Back with more in a moment. This is Monsters Baseball.
Now pitching for the Monsters, number 39, Jax Yoxtheimer.
Jax Yoxtheimer is the pitcher this year. 1 appearance for Yoxtheimer. 1 inning of work. He gave up 1 hit, struck out 2, didn't walk anybody. No record, no ERA. Yoxtheimer has a 7-2 lead heading into the top of the 7th. And the first pitch misses outside for a ball. I believe they also announced into left field Jonathan Williams. That one also misses for ball, too. And you certainly do not want to give the Gol'diggers any room to get back in this game. There's a swing and a pop foul. It is the top of the order here. Brandon Prince, the center fielder, here up now. Then it's Roddy, Rose, and Strickland in the hole. That is the 1, 2, 3, 4 of this lineup. 2-1 on the way. Called strike in the outside corner, 2-2. Prince has hit the ball to shortstop every single time. 2 of those have been E6s, and he's been on. There's a curveball. Oh, he thought about going after it. Did not. Count full. Yoxtheimer working quickly here. Another curveball. That one is a base hit into left. That one hung up there. And Prince reached out and got it. And I understand you don't want to burn another arm here, Noah, if you don't have to. If you're Johnny Eaton, you want to preserve your staff because you're playing tomorrow.
Really surprised that Gainesville only has 2 runs and now 6 of the 7 innings they had the leadoff man aboard. So they've had runners on, just haven't been able to convert.
Bryce Roddy, who is 3 for 3 in the game with 2 doubles. He will look at a strike to start things off. It's 0-1. Four runs in the bottom of the 6th. And all of a sudden it goes to 7-2. Velos with a huge 3 RBI base hit. Clears the bases. There's a swing and a foul back. I'm just still over here shaking my head at the way this game has gone, Noah. It just seems almost improbable. 1-2 the count.
Really is.
Pitch on the way. Yoxtheimer swing and a miss. Got him. Strikes out on a swinging. I think that was a breaking ball on the outside part there, but Roddy chased. First out of the inning, a Southern Mosquito Control strikeout. Now a throw over to first, and that's a little check for Prince to get back in there. We'll let off with a single. So now the 3-hitter Matt Rose, who, by the way, has struck out twice and reached on a fielder's choice in the 3rd. And there's a fastball in the outside corner. Boy, the other thing now, does anyone want to face the Monsters going into the playoffs?
Yeah, they
curveball misses.
Definitely have caught fire here in this last weekend. I said earlier in the broadcast, they're going to be a tough out for whoever they play tomorrow.
Absolutely. 1-1, and there is a line drive just through into center. Boy, I thought Davis had a play on that ball, and somehow, I don't know, he might have lost it in the sun. Looked like it went right by him, but that is a base hit, and now first and second with 1 out. Johnny Eaton's going to come out to talk to Jax Yoxtheimer. Now, remember, Yoxtheimer has played both games here this afternoon. He's been in the field. He's appeared in all 14 innings. So it's not like he's fresh. And maybe that's what Johnny Eaton's discussing with him if he's a little tired.
There is nobody in the bullpen currently, though.
No, there's nobody in the bullpen, but that doesn't mean you don't bring another position player in to pitch. And right now it looks like they're going to leave him there. Davis came in to get his sunglasses, so that to me says, yes, he did miss that baseball in the sun. That's what I thought. The way the ball went past Davis,
he kind of paused for a moment before making a play on it.
He actually overplayed it, not by much, but probably 6 inches. It missed his glove in towards his body, so that's a tough one. Mikhail Strickland steps in now. 1 out, men on first and second. Top of the 7th. The Gol'diggers need 5 to keep this game even going. They need 6 to take the lead. Game 2 of the doubleheader. Monsters trying to find the improbable sweep. There's a swing and a fly ball up towards center. And that one caught. The runner will not tag. Great throw back in, too, but wow, how about that? 2 down now. Jax Yoxtheimer trying to finish this one out. This is just, wow, it's got such an amazing feeling around the way this game has gone today. Morris, by the way, is now in center. And it's Williams who moved to left. Pitch on the way. A breaking ball misses outside to Riley Stanford. Stanford 0 for 2 with a walk. He takes ball 1. Next pitch, and that's a base hit into center field. And 1 run's going to come around to score. The throw coming in is cut off at short. And so Prince digs around from second. It's an RBI single for Riley Stanford. And it's 7-3. Matt Rose held at second. And now Brady Moore. We'll look at the first pitch high and outside for ball 1. Well, the Monsters haven't done anything easy all season. Why start now? First and second, 2 out. That pitch misses high, 2-0. Yochsteimer to the plate, gets a swing and a miss on the off-speed pitch there to go to 2-1. (7-3) Monsters lead, and there's a pop fly. This could do it. Parkerson settling under it, makes the catch. The game is over. The Chattahoochee Monsters have swept the Sunday doubleheader from the Gainesville Gol'diggers, and the Columbus Chattahoochees finish first overall in the Sun Belt League. The Monsters finish fourth. They will host a game tomorrow night, a wild card game, right here, 7:05 at Golden Park. Noah, an unbelievable day of baseball.
Yeah, I'm really speechless. Got to give it to Coach Eaton and this Monster staff and these players. Just they've earned it. They've played well. They played well all year, gotten better since the beginning of the season, and just a huge sweep. Didn't see this coming, but now your Columbus Chattahoochee are in the 1 seed and will have home field advantage throughout the playoffs.
So Gainesville finishes an unlikely number 2. All Gainesville had to do was win 1 of 2 today, and they could not get either one. Unbelievable. And now the Monsters, Noah, carry amazing momentum into tomorrow night's game. Just thrilling finish here. So they win game 1 and now game 2. Final line score on the second game, 7 runs, 9 hits, 2 errors for the Monsters. 3 runs, 10 hits, 2 errors for the Gainesville Gol'diggers. Thank you so much to the Monsters fans, the Hoots fans, and all the SBL fans we had tuning in today on the YouTube side. We will have the game for you tomorrow night here on the Monsters YouTube channel. And 7:05 first pitch as the Chattahoochee Monsters, their first season at historic Golden Park, they're going to host a home playoff game. What a day of baseball. Monsters complete the sweep over the Gainesville Gol'diggers. Thanks for joining us, everybody. We will talk to you tomorrow night with more Monsters baseball.